Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, December the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of the trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can see me and hear my screen. Sorry, I was a little bit late this morning. Yeah, a couple of minutes late. Had a few things to do before I could get the room open. But we should be okay now. Thank you, Alan. I do appreciate that. And you have a Merry Christmas also. All right, guys, what is happening this morning? I don't have too many things going on. I mean, here's my pre-market active list. In fact, do I have IMRN on it? Yes. So IMRN, let's see, IMRN is gapping up because approval to proceed with their clinical evaluation. So that's that's IMRN, 47%. I guess they received that approval after hours yesterday. There's that mauve area on the chart. Got up to 422. Probably a low float. Yep, 4.8 million in the float. The saga of Ape continues, guys. Thank you, John. I know I'm late. The saga of Ape continues. Man, I'm looking at a short on this at some point, I think, but we'll have to see what happens once the market opens. Down at this level here, 138. It's up 40%. Again, you have to look at AMC. AMC, I believe, is down 5%. So anyway, I don't profess to understand exactly what's going on with APE and AMC. I mean, if you want to look at it in a very simplistic way, AMC is buying APE, and then after that, they're doing a 1-for-10 reverse flip. Okay, so anyway, NTNX, NTNX is moving down, I guess, because HPE was looking to buy them and following a report suggesting that Hewlett Packard is not in discussions with the company regarding a potential acquisition. So I guess that was the rumor before. I probably started around here. And then, of course, they're going to say we don't comment on rumors or speculation related to the HPE speculation. XPON. XPON is up because exclusive lithium supplier. I want to say for all SUVs. Let's get that headline out. Okay, after the company announces it has been selected as the exclusive supplier of high energy lithium ion batteries for an overland trailer to be branded and sold by a top US sports utility vehicle manufacturer. So that is the reason for XPON. It's a big gap. When I first saw this, I thought, oh no, another reverse split or something that wasn't picked up. By the way, the reverse split of KAL, at least our provider had it right today. So KAL is a 1-for-100 reverse split. Now, ICCM had a little spike. I'll put that into the room. ICCM had a little spike, but then came right back down. Yeah, 176 back down to 151. Couldn't see any specific reason. Okay, well, maybe the reason, I mean, this happened after hours though. Ice Gear Medical says Epoch has agreed to purchase 4.24 million shares in an offering. Okay. So some financing. DBVT, gapping up. FDA lifts its partial clinical hold. Okay, so DBVT. Remember this one? Do you remember this one from yesterday? YGMZ got halted a couple of times, I think. YGMZ. And they released earnings after hours, and no bueno. Look at this. Got up to 648. It got halted a couple of times and it came right back down, of course. Not of course, but it did come right back down, closed down here, and now sinking lower. This one is shortable for me. I'm interested perhaps. Let's take a look at the 200-day moving average at 216. I mean, that could be support. Yeah, there are 111,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers to short, so it is shortable for me anyway. I guess I should mention Blue Apron. I mean, Apron is up. I don't know exactly why. It's had an incredible drop. I mean, just so it received. Okay, announces receipt of continued listing standard notification from. Well, this was on New York, not on Nasdaq. Oh, I see. I mean, look at this. When I read this, I thought, okay, they're getting a receipt. They can continue to list. However, is not in compliance. Okay. Well, Alvo had a nice day yesterday, but it was very difficult to trade. Once after the gap, it was very spready. What did it get up to? It got up to 1065. It actually got up to 12 something in the pre-market, but it was very, very spready. I was really trying to trade this one yesterday, but I just couldn't find a way to get in. You too, Harry. Okay, IOVA, never mind. It's only up 4 cents. I'm just trying to check to see if anything else is happening. EGH was up here. This is that one that a couple of days ago was 32 cents. Boy, it got up to $1.36 in the pre-market today. EGH, sorry, EJH, EJH. For those of you following ALT, ALT, holding its gains from yesterday, 1567. It closed at 1566. So far, no volume yet, but at least it's holding its gains. And again, the traction of this one 1660, wait a minute, 1613, and then 1660 are the next two highs looking left on the daily chart. And if we can somehow get through all that, then 2162. Play. I didn't see play at all. Play. David, that's Dave and Buster's, right? Yeah, not a bad move yesterday. Okay, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything. This one from yesterday that was a big disappointment, really. PRQR yesterday, anyway. I mean, look, it had a great day. Don't get me wrong. It had the big gap up, but we kept waiting for a nice three break. Just did not happen. And why we're waiting for a three break is because when you look at the weekly chart, and you could see right over here, I mean, if it could break out over three, I mean, the next high in the weekly chart was 612. So, I mean, that's what I was looking at anyway, a potential, sort filling of the gap. And it had news. I mean, it actually had some news, legitimate news. Just didn't do it. But I still have an alert hit set up here over three. See if it happens later on today. There's still pretty good volume. Did our provider pick that up today? RSLS? Yeah, the good, the bad. Yeah, so it picked up it did pick up the reverse split of Cal, KAL, with the correct. Just give me a moment, please. Crazy. I mean, I don't quite get why some reverse splits are picked up and some are not. I don't know if I don't know when they announced this reverse split. This is on Nasdaq. Let's take a look at KAL. That's Nasdaq also. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know why these things aren't picked up. Some of them are not picked up. Some are. Anyway, just to let you know, RSLS is not up 5,100%. Too bad. So we'll watch it though. We'll watch it to see if it has one of those crazy moves for no reason other than it's a reverse split, and the reverse splits have been somewhat, well, a few of them have been hot. Yesterday we had the little one in the THMC that gave us about a 40 or 50 cent pop before it came back down. Actually, it was THMO. Sorry, THMO. Ooh, it's 9:15 already. Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do now is just take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have. I can't imagine we're going to have too many. Yeah, in fact, not even worth. I'll just tell you what they are. TTC and CHTR, a couple of upgrades and one downgrade. Para. Take a look at Para. Mr. Buffett is not making money yet on this one. I think didn't he put a lot of money into this, or took a big chunk, big percentage? This would have been back here, I guess. No, not here. I think it was this week here. I think it was this week right there. Well, kidding me? GOTU gonna go, is it gonna go down today? GOTU? How's TAL doing? Both TAL and GOTU starting off, okay? Starting off on the downside. Now the market when I first was looking at it, it looked pretty interesting. You know, it gapped up here, so it looked like we're gonna have a nice start to the day, but I noticed the SPY is just a little bit negative now. So if the Santa Claus rally is supposed to happen, it is supposed to start today and go to the 4th. And as somebody pointed out yesterday, since 1885, 70% of the time, the market's had a nice run. Since 1885, in the so-called dates of the Santa Claus rally, which is the last 5 trading days of the year and the first 2 trading days of the next year. This feels a little different, though. So let's take a look at the sectors, guys. Click on New or a toolbar. Click on Dock to Channel Bar, and then click on Show More. Sector status. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF, the main ETF for energy, these are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in green, that means that every single one of those stocks is above yesterday's close. So right now, energy is right now, energy would be a strong play. Of course, we have to wait for the market to open. And let's see, materials, 71%. Really not a terrible sector. Considering the market's going to open, well, the market's basically flat, but there's really no terrible sector that you can see right here. Retail is about 50-50, but we'll see what happens once this market opens. Of course, everything can turn around on the open. And again, let's take a look at the moving averages, the main. Oh, that's the weekly chart. I was going to say that is not right. The energy is nowhere near that high above. That's interesting, though. We're looking at a weekly chart for the 200 moving average on the weekly chart. But let's get back to the daily chart. That's what most people track it on. Okay, so energy is still above the 200-day moving average. XRT, it's moving away from it after that one day in which it actually got above it. So it's still moving away from it. XLP, Staples was above it, but getting close, guys, getting close to taking that out also. Healthcare, XLV, kind of holding above still, holding above. We had those 4 or 5 down days and last couple of days kind of holding above the 200-day. Industrials, XLI. Yeah, again, holding above. Here's the bad one though, XLF, only bad because it was above the 200-day for a while. Now it is, well, a couple of days ago, it tried to hit it again, but you can see how it was above the 200-day for a bit, dropped down below it, came back up on that big day we had in the market, starting to drift down below it. This is the bad one, XLY, consumer discretionary. And there's that 200-day, again, moving further and further away. Materials, XLB. Yeah, I mean, it's below and trying to move a little further away again. And if the market is bad today, well, if it's down today, I'm sure this is going to be off also. We had a rally in the market though. You can see some of the bottoming tails on some of these ETFs, some of the bottoming tails. We had a rally at the end of the day in the market. And then the bad ones, the really bad ones, XLC continues to be way below the 200-day moving average. And then technology, this is not, and it's starting to move again away from the 200-day moving average. Yeah, so with the RSLS, I mean, it may be just a matter of the fact that some of these things have to. There's not enough warning, I guess, for the providers. At least our provider, which is FactSet, to get their act in order in terms of when something is a reverse split. So if it was announced, if it was the first time it was announced yesterday, I'll give them a bit of a pass. Maybe. The vertical farming company. Okay, so it's a Dublin company or Ireland company, Irish company. Look at the market. Yuck. All right, let's see. Now this is okay, it's interesting because this RSLS, it almost looks like it was just announced because I did not see RSLS at the top of my pre-market actives list at the when I turned on trade ideas this morning. I did not see it at the top because I would have immediately said, "Well, wait a minute, how can something be up 50 to 100% unless it's a reverse split?" So I don't know what happened today. So it's a 1 for 50, not 1 for 100? I think you said 1 for 100, oh, no, that's Cal. I'm sorry, that is Cal, K-A-L. So this is a 1 for 50, a 1 for 50 reverse split. So they looks like they did announce it, only yesterday in the morning. I don't see any other reference to it earlier than that. So it's just possible, that it's just, for the data provider, anyway, ours, it's just can't pick it up. So that means, of course, that float of 22. So this means that this float of 22 million has not been adjusted, of course, for the reverse split, which would not happen anyway. These things get only adjusted twice a month. So that really means it's about 400, about say 450,000 shares in the float for RSLS. So I mean, if they come up with no, here we go. In fact, just a little bit of a pop here, but the spread is awful. 611, 657. AVO, good morning. PJ, AVO. Let's take a look at AVO. Yeah, I didn't see it because the volume is too light. So I have a filter on my pre-market actives. So the volume was too light. But yeah, and it's actually an earnings play. So the released earnings after hours yesterday, AVO. We were an all-time low. Lots of shares available. Yeah, 506,000 at Interactive Brokers. Give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. Okay, I just heard IOVA in my gap ups. IOVA, let's say up 4%. Any news on this one? I don't see any news for IOVA specific. Yeah, actually, PJ, I don't really care about average volume, because Avo could have a big volume day today because it's earnings. So I don't care so much I never use the average volume filter ever because, especially if you're intraday trading, average volume should not be, in my opinion, your average volume filter should not be used. We have the average volume over 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, etc. So let's just say I know I'm not just talking to you, PJ, but let's say for argument's sake, you put, say, 500,000 average volume over 5 days. So all of a sudden, some stock that doesn't trade very much, but today is exploding for whatever reason, for news, and it's trading millions, you wouldn't see it if you use that filter as an example. So I never ever use the average volume. I think trying to think of a reason why I would use average volume, but maybe if I were, even if I were swing trading, I don't think it matters. I mean, maybe, but certainly not intraday trading. I don't think average volume should be used if you're intraday trading. Absolutely. Relative volume is way, way more important. Well, there's your AVO starting to, all right. Well, William has not alerted me. So the market's going to open in less than 1 minute, guys, in about 30 seconds, in fact. So let's have a great end to this trading week and begin the holiday 3-day off on a positive note, hopefully. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. Where the heck do you live, Greenhorn? All right, guys, we're now open. And are we open? Yeah, we're open. I don't see anything yet. Make sure I'm connected. I have to remember to keep cooking on this. Now, this race normally would start at 9:30, but if there are no stocks meeting the filter requirements, then I'm going to have to manually do it. Wonder if that, I have to ask the developers about that. Well, guys, Alt, for you, those of you, I know some of you are following Alt very carefully. Wow, look at Xpon. Xpon exploding here. You did have the news. Exclusive lithium supplier for, however, look what happened. 375. So you chase this, you've lost. That's why I do not like trading in the first 15 minutes, guys. A lot of times this is exactly what can happen. Let things settle down a little bit. And yes, I will miss the ones that keep moving. This is the reverse split from yesterday. OP didn't really do anything. Well, that was brutal. That was actually pretty brutal. We see topping tails, but that was pretty brutal. That was really quick. I had a 1 minute chart up. I mean, it would almost be in that 1 minute. In fact, it would be. So that was brutal. It starting to sink, guys. I was thinking about shorting this one. Hey, this one from yesterday, ORIC, ORIC, and a big move yesterday. Sold off a little bit, got up to 525, sold off to 480, back over 5. So it did have some news yesterday. And it's yeah, 30 million in the float, not low, but not high. Well, guys, not too many alerts here. IMRN, that was IMRN. So in the after hours yesterday, it did get up to 423 on that on their news. Again, approval to proceed, or sorry, to proceed with your clinical evaluation. EJH is moving again. It went positive. China stock that has come out of nowhere from about 40 cents to 146 now in basically 3 days. Well, there's IMRN, guys, on the move here through the 200-day moving average also. In our YouTube room, hi Amir. Let's see, NTNS. Well, Pepe, you were wrong. Pepe's in the room. You know what happened here? You were right about the timestamp, but the live chat I had it reverted to top chat, so I had to click on live chat. You said it would remember, and of course, I'm completely and utterly pulling your leg. NTNN, you probably mean NTNX, right? I meant both, but of course, I'm just kidding you. I am just kidding. You know that too. Um, Look at this topping tail for Exponent. So what are we in here? So Daz is down, Dow's down, SPY's down. Hey, look out below is right. Well, of course, the news on NTNX is the rumor that HPE is not interested anymore. That's the rumor. Yeah, we talked about XPON in the pre-market. It had some news, exclusive lithium supplier for SUVs or something to that effect. But look what happened. It popped, got all the way up here, and then it dropped. So very difficult to trade, obviously, right now. ORIC, guys, ORIC. Day continuation off that move. The high yesterday was 527, I think, 525, excuse me, and it got up to 525. So it basically hit that high of yesterday. So let's see if it takes it out and has a run. But even if it did, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to check the weekly chart to see where there could be some resistance. There's a high of 550. There's a high of so there's a high of 550. There's a high of 511, so it's above that. Yeah, so the next high on the weekly chart looks like about 550. 550 from 510, but it's got to take out yesterday's high also, which was 525. Okay, now the new nicks is starting to show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. But what I don't like is that it had a bit of a pop, okay, in the pre-market. Much rather it had been here and just sort of stabilized here and then opened and then dropped. But it's a rumor, okay? This is a rumor based right now. HPE. Wow, look at this market. Oh, well, this is now almost an all-time low. What a bunch of nonsense on this one yesterday, guys. YGMZ got halted a couple of times, and we did see that it had earnings after hours. And then look, I mean, look at it now, down through the two. I mean, this yesterday at one point, this stock was up at 660. Now it's $2 underneath the 200-day moving average and almost an all-time low. Checking some of these reverse splits out and not really. Look at EJH, not a reverse split, but EJH. This is why, guys, I don't like to trade in the first 15. Things can be so whippy. This looks like this is going to get halted on the way down now. YGMZ. In fact, I didn't realize it was halted. It was halted, and then it resumed, and now it's halted again. Yeah. You can see right off the bat, there's very few stocks meeting these filter requirements. Large cap gainers from the open, very few stocks meeting those requirements. With the market being in a downtrend right now. This one, EDSA, EDSA. Wow, another look at this. EDSA just continues here, guys. Another one that's come from sub $1, and in a few days. All right, so through the 200-day yesterday, it did hold over the 200-day moving average yesterday. A great good volume right now. Check the weekly chart, see what we see. Looks like 243, 246, 246. Yeah, that high right there is 216, which is basically at. So it's got a little bit of room to the 246 mark. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but that is the next high looking left on a weekly. For me, not enough room. I mean, look, if you told me I could take it at 219 and it would get to 246, sure. But I'm not convinced that's going to happen. But no disputing the fact that it's had a tremendous run. See if there's any sort of news on this one. Okay, so a lot of times this fast track designation doesn't mean that much, but obviously in this particular case, FDA granted fast track designation on the 20th. And that just has exploded the stock. So right there, kind of wishy-washy move on the day of. But look at the three, well, including today, the three following days to that news. Well, there's the Oric guys. Oric on the move here. So it took out the high of yesterday, 525. So first 15 minutes are in the book. So that one, as an example, sure. If you took it right here, yeah, it kept moving higher. But remember, we see a lot of those do something like this and have huge topping tails. Yeah, not shortable at Interactive Brokers either for the EDSA. Well, for excuse me, a higher float situation, CLF had the news yesterday, something about locking in steel prices, something to that effect, I think, and had a great day really because look what it did. It closed at the high. It's still moving, and I think more importantly, the next high looking left, 1777. So CLF has some room. It's a bigger float, but it does have some room. You're definitely going counter to the market, trying to take something go long, even if they did have some decent news. Um, there was a target put on it, $27 by B. Riley. Okay, coverage with a buy, maintain. So they had been covering it before, and they put a $27 price target on it. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, of course, but just tough to commit to going long right now in anything, in my opinion. Look at EJH now, guys. Look at it now, under $1. A big pop up here, 151, down back down under $1, 98 cents. Shady WBD, long over 934. Big float. Oh, Warner Brothers, of course. Well, how's Paramount doing? Because Paramount had the downgrade this morning. I didn't. This one had no action in the pre-market. Market open and exploded a bit here. Omer, Omer. Let's see if there's any news on it. Don't see any news on it. So again, what's the issue? Well, look left. So we're at 318 now. Looking left, the next high is 346. I mean, I guess that's far enough away, but there is a ton of resistance in that area. Looking at that daily chart, I'd love to see something more clean, something that maybe more like 370 or something at the next highs. Ah, man, was thinking about this in the pre-market, but I didn't do it. But yeah, YGMZ. I mean, it looks like it's going to zero. I mean, they had news. Ventures packed to deploy 700 hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, but it's also an. It appears to be an earnings play, but I don't see the release. I don't see a release. Do you guys see that they released earnings after hours on the 22nd yesterday? I don't see anything. We had our provider has it. They're going to release that they released earnings. I don't see. I don't see an earnings release on this one at all. Mm. There's another one, guys. Almost an all-time low. ATAI, cheap one, almost an all-time low. Looks like the low is probably here at 260. Okay, Blue Apron, APRN scrambling to keep their nice New York Stock Exchange listing. We're just looking for anything that is moving, and then when I look left on the daily chart, it's got some room to keep going. And right now, I'm not seeing anything like that. So this just resumed. The YGMZ just resumed. All right, guys, SMMT trying to get back over 4. This is a very erratic one to trade intraday, in my opinion, SMMT, but bring it to your attention. But you can see already, look at the bottoming tails, topping tails on the 15-minute chart. I mean, it's just really difficult, a difficult intraday trader. All right, I guess keep an eye on TAL, guys. TAL, finally, after multi-day move, the low over here is 889. I'm going to stick an alert there for TAL, 889, and see if it takes that out. If it does, because underneath that is a lot of room. So I'm going to stick an alert there, just see if it can take that out. And then I'll figure out if I want to short it. Lots and lots of shares available, 7.5 million shares at Interactive Brokers. So, and I think let's take a look at Go. Well, it's not sinking quite as much as TAL is. Well, William, what are you going to do? You're going to take this TAL? I know you see it from Zach's scan. No, TAL, not I better pronunciation. TAL, TAL. It's showing up on Zach's scan. Wow, what a nice what not sorry, not nice, but look at these red candles here. I mean, excuse me, SPY looked like it was going to have a nice move right at the 8:30 candle. Then the 8:45 candle wiped all that out and just is continuing down. Al is really interesting on a bounce from Zach Scan. It's holding at that 917, 918 mark. It got down to 9. If we think that 9 will hold it, okay, so so AMC is moving down. Yeah, that's a all these confidence destroyers, I mean, this Exxon, I mean, big move right when the market opened, but huge sell-off. Wow, you're doing well in your Cal then, William. Really well. If you're still in it. A reverse split from a couple of days ago, CEI, doing what reverse split should do. Well, Omer is doing okay. Not in this one, but Omer is doing okay. Getting closer to that 350. And then there's the 200-day above it, 384. That's far, excuse me, 300, far enough away. Okay, so Tal, I've held off on the Tal. So it could go either way now. If it takes out that low right there of 989, that could really start it cascading downwards. That's the low of 2 days ago. Yeah, so why this is looking all weird, guys, is because there's just not many stocks meeting the filter requirements in this one, the large cap gainers. A couple of airlines here, GOL, a couple of Brazilian airlines, I believe. Yeah, a couple of Brazilian airlines, GOL and Azul. All right, keep an eye on the TAL for a potential bounce here, guys, if 9 holds. It's a TAL. Your high in the, excuse me, the 15-minute chart is about 950. Okay, a little bit of a move here, guys, for TAL, TAL. Perhaps moving a little bit with the market. I mean, that's a huge topping tail. I don't know. I mean, I didn't actually see this, but that in theory was green all the way up here. So maybe market's having a little bit of a rally now. Not rally, but it's just stopping the move down for a while anyway. That could help a TAL play, a TAL play. If Ape gets rejected at 2 again, I probably will take a short on Ape, APE. There's a heck of a bounce for Newtonex here, NTNX. The Zack scan 2482. It did not take this one, but 2482 is what I'm talking about, guys. Okay, these are bounce plays. But Tal is not bouncing. See if 9 holds. But if it takes out 989, Here's another China stock, guys. YMM. I mean, if you look left, the next low is 730 something. So I mean, there's room. If it takes out 8, there is room for this one to keep moving down. And this one, yeah, lots of shares available, 3.8 million at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, Cal is crazy. Would have been nicer if it done this sort of a move from here instead of having to have the big pullback or big drop. CHRS is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but I'm looking left and I think I see some stuff around 640. So there's just not enough room. Too bad this was not an all-time low. I probably take it right now. Okay, I suppose we should look at RSLS, guys. It is basing a little bit here. This is the reverse split, of course, 1 for 50 reverse split. And again, I don't know why this is happening on these reverse splits, some of them. So the volume is actually 493,000 shares. The relative volume is 538. I don't know what's happening with this. Happened with another one yesterday. And just flipping it. Okay, so Tal came right back, came up over 9 now, guys. Okay, so Tal came back over 9 now. Yeah, meanwhile, CHRS is just continuing down here. I thought maybe this might hold it. We'll see. Okay, Tal is starting to move a little bit here, guys. TAL. Finally in that one, okay? I'm finally in that one. 911 for the Tal, and let's see if it Is any sort of a little move higher here. So I'm in at 911. So could have gone either way. So could. I was looking for a 989 break. It didn't happen. Boy, you've got to be so careful. I mean, look at this EDSA. I mean, it got up to 264 and just dropped. And these are big percentage moves. You know, that's the problem. Well, this is why I'm kind of watching this RSLS just in case it does something really crazy, but it would have to get back up to like 668 or so. I think I have an alert set up here. And the spread would have to tighten up a lot right now, like at 607, 624. Look at the market. Look at this. It was a big topping tail at one point for this 15-minute SPY chart. There was a big topping tail. It sold off, but it is coming right back. What's the time? At 10:11. So this has another. Actually, right now it has 3 minutes to close. Let's see if this can close without selling off. Let's go Santa. Yeah. Oh, ISO from yesterday, ISO. This was the one that BTI was buying. Okay, so this is not having a big bounce yet. Well, when I say yet, I don't mean it's going to happen, but GOTU. Well, this one from yesterday, MP from yesterday was down virtually the entire day. MP. You can see what happened. Look at this. It was down virtually the entire day. Started around $28 and closed down here at 24. And it is trying to have a little bit of a bounce here, guys. Just a little bit of a bounce. I wasn't sure. Couldn't quite. I mean, the market was down, but I couldn't. This one was just straight down for virtually the whole day. So let's see. Sort of a bounce taking place, sort of. Which volume? Good volume. Well, obviously, Chris did not listen to me. CHRS, it looks like that, yeah, it's going to try to take out these lows here. That's why I didn't short it. I thought maybe those lows were too close on the daily chart, but that would be probably like a gap down in reverse. Okay, I have a scan. Yeah, that would be more than like. Well, wait a minute now, because it let's see, gap down 27. So the first print was here 25. So yeah, so that would be a gap down and then a reverse. So now, whether or not the filter requirements were met, I do have a scan like that. So if you go to my homepage, question is how to find stocks behaving like NPNX. So if you click on my homepage link and then go to my scan section, and so this is a multi-strategy window, gap continuation or reverse. So this has four alert windows in there. One is a gap up and go. So the stock gapped up and kept going. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going all day, of course. Then the gap down and go. So stock would gap down and keep going down. And then the reversal. So a stock that gapped down and then reversed, and then one gap up and reversed. So you can try it. I don't know if NTN if N TNX would have showed up there because there are other filters. So that is definitely like a gap down and reversal play. Nothing makes it, there's no scan that's going to say this will be steady instead of whippy. There's really nothing is going to be tell you that, well, you know what, once this gap down and it's going to reverse for 30 minutes, I'd love to say, but there's nothing that's going to show you anything like that. Not, I mean, in this particular case, yes, but the next alert you get that if so, you know what I'm saying? You get the alert for NTNX in that scan. Again, I don't know if it has showed up, because I have other filters in place. So you could get an alert for NTNX and it does this, and then you could get an alert from another stock that met this exactly the same filter requirements as NTNX, and it might have popped up a little bit and then dropped. Okay, so there's no way you can know that all the time this is going to happen. I'm not saying NTNX has been helped by the market, but it hasn't hurt. But this is more of a rumor play right now. Meanwhile, the Dow's gone positive. The SPY is basically flat, and Nas has come back. Maybe maybe we'll have a little Santa rally right now. My towel is working okay. BLI, let's see what BLI is doing. BLI is the one taking over or trying to buy ISO. No, my guess is that some of the alerts from Zach's bounce scan are going to be working. I mean, Tal's working a little bit. LI was the last one, LI in 1895. But with the market doing this, bounce plays are definitely going to be in a vogue. So my guess is that you'll see quite a few. If you have I don't have it up and running. I'm going to have my gap up and or my gap reversal plays. I'm going to have them back up and running in about 3 weeks once earning season starts again. I was just finding that we're getting too many once earning season and no big follow through. That's what I was finding. So I eliminated it, but I'll probably bring it back. But just for fun, on a day where you do have a big gap down and then a reversal, I'll just for fun, I'll bring it up and see what sort of alerts I'm going to get. And there you go. So Nutanix did actually show up. Speaking of the devil, okay. Okay, guys, Nat is working, not Nat, Tal is working well for me. I just took some off. Not a bad percentage gain. If, my fantasy level would be up here and that high of that 15-minute chart, 947. I took some off at the 928 level. So again, this is what I'm talking about. This is a multi-strategy window. This is on my homepage. So if you look, right click, strategies, hover over strategies, there they are. So there's the gap up and go. The gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go. So you can see right there, gap down and reverse. Nutanix definitely showed up in this one. But there could have been others that didn't do the same thing with the continuation. But you guys are more than welcome to have that scanned. Okay, guys, this NP is interesting. I mean, it had the horrible day yesterday, like a lot of stocks, of course, but it more than other stocks that I saw was just continuing straight down, and it's having a little bit of a pop here, maybe with the market, of course. Wow, look at this! Look at this! Yeah, the SPY just went mildly positive. NAS is still down, slightly negative. Dow's a little bit positive. So definitely a nice couple of green bars. Oh, look at ALT. I thought about shorting this one. I'm at 15 break. but I did not do it. But look at this. So if you 1383 is the low of yesterday. I'm not saying I'm not going to do it now, but link to my homepage, sure. And you can see that Nutanix is still reversing and TNX, but we would have the alert a lot earlier than this, understanding that I loaded this scan at 10:19. This alert would have probably happened right, maybe at 9:45. I think I actually on this one, I believe, yeah. So I purposely put a 15-minute delay, before I will get any alerts on this one. So no alerts will happen until at least 15 minutes after they open. The reason I do that is because in the first 15 minutes, again, stocks are jumping up and down, up and down. So you can get a lot of noise in the first 15 minutes on a scan like this. So I decided, now you don't have to do the same thing. You can, remove that time of day filter. And of course, I'm not just talking to you, Jamie. I'm talking to anybody who's listening. But you can see Nutanix is just continuing. So you will, but my guess is you would have seen, I could do a history, of course, but you probably would have seen Nutanix at around 25 mark, maybe in this scan. All right, guys. So out of the towel completely. Just not bad. Wasn't unbelievable. But I was hoping it would get closer to the 950 mark, but good morning, Crinzy. So this is sort of an interesting one, guys. The MLKN. This had their earning. This was an earnings play yesterday. Sort of a more or less obscure stock. I mean, I think people probably know the office furniture, Miller and Knoll, but maybe you don't. But anyway, they released earnings yesterday. The high over here was 2087. The high was 2088, and we're at 2094 right now. And so when you look left, 2257. So this could be a second day continuation of earnings. Okay, for MLKN, pretty light volume. It doesn't trade very much. Surprised this something's out of whack here because the volume yesterday was 1.9 million shares. And the volume today is 272, but these bars look just about the same. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Okay, now what? Oh, I'd be careful in this one, but I'm amazed that there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers for Cal, KAL. Normally, the day of a reverse split. So who was upset? I can't remember in what room? Talking about wanting to switch from whatever broker they had because shorts were not available for these reverse splits. Um, again, I'm amazed that there are a lot of them. 287,000 shorts available for Cal. I mean, I'm not saying I would want to do it because you can get killed in something like that. is remember the float now is this was a 1 for 50, right? Cal was a 1 for 50. So your float now is come on. Your float now is about 1.5 million shares. Hey, Jamie, you are more than welcome. Hmm. So again, guys, when I mean, if you have the AI and you see there's a short there for Cal, I'd be very, very careful on it. Okay. I mean, listen, it could tumble down to 6 if your broker has shorts available, but I'd be very careful. You know, it's a reverse split today, so a lot can happen. So Sam, the gap up and reverse is in my well, unless I've done something wrong, it's in my homepage. So let me make sure. I'm going to my scan here, and here's my gap continuation. I hope there's not a mistake, but you know, anything's possible. So there it is. Please. Gap continuation or reverse. Yeah, so there it is. I don't know where you're trying to find it. It's on my homepage, Sam. Okay. So I don't know when you were talking select strategy. Are you going to? This is on my homepage. My homepage. Okay. Okay. Good. And so far, this is the only alert. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, we may have had, but here's the deal. We may have had earlier alerts of other stocks, but certainly no, it doesn't appear that there's been any continuation of those. I could do a history. Okay, I don't want to, but I do a history. But certainly the Nutanix is one that you know, and it's still kind of in play. As somebody said, it might even go positive. They're 86 cents. Okay, those of you with other brokers other than Interactive Brokers, do you have shorts for? Yeah, I think Jamie. I think he was looking somewhere else. I don't know if he's looking in now. We may even have a channel. I don't know if we have a gap channel. We used to anyway. I'm surprised we don't still have. I mean, that's a pretty. I thought would have been pretty popular. The gap up and down channel. I guess not though. Am I just reading this wrong? I don't see a gap channel here. I know in the other channel bar it's probably there. Interesting. So how many have shorts available for KAL? And who's your broker? Interactive Brokers does. So for instance, E-Trade. Are there shorts available for KAL? Questrade has really. Questrade comes through again. So none in Lightspeed, none in Fidelity, and how about E-Trade? I mean, it's a pretty high fee rate, but for instance, there's no shorts available for RSLS on today's one of the reverse splitters today at Interactive Brokers. But yeah, for Cal, interesting. Now that's Nasdaq. This is both, well, they're both Nasdaq stocks. Hmm. Again, I'd be awfully careful. I mean, it could turn out to be a great short, especially if it starts to go down to that six level. But I wouldn't take too many shares if you have them available. Well, guys, this is those are three big, pretty big green bars in a row now. Market's had a great little recovery here. I'll stick an alert up here at 382, see if it takes out the high of the pre-market. So everything should be positive now. Take a look at our index or our major sectors. It'll look a lot different now. Okay, so this is, remember now, this is now the change from the open as opposed to the change from the close. So energy was strong and it's still strong. 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above the open. And when we look in the pre-market, 100% of them were above yesterday's close. So this is still a strong sector, but some turnarounds. Well, virtually everything has turned around. There was nothing really horrible when I looked, 10 minutes before the market. Nothing was really horrible. They were all hovering around 50-50. But you can see like 90% of financials, 78%, 80% technology, etc. So it makes sense, of course, with the market putting on a nice move from the open. So energy really, could be is the play because was 100% were up from yesterday's close and 95% are still above today's open. So energy is a strong sector as we speak. There are which stock window are you talking about? The one I just showed? No, so that is something I can give it to you. I think I can give it to you. So all I did was I took from the doc channel bar and then I went show more. So here's the sector status. Okay, this is what you guys have. Okay, and this is from the close. This is from the close. This is what you guys have. So what I did was I basically just took this as a template, and instead of from the close, I added from the open, etc. And I created. I think I can give it to you. I think it's okay. So this is what you guys have. This is the change from the close of yesterday. So you can see technology is still about, 45% or above, it's about 50-50, but from the close of yesterday, but if you look at from the open today, it's about 80% or above. Yeah, I can share it. I think I can. What did I call it? I think this is it. Doc sector status. I think this is it. Take a look at that. I think that's it. Okay. If it isn't, I'll have to, I think that's what I named it. Should have hopped. See the MP. I mean, the MP is the one that probably should have taken with the rebound in energy. All right, now risky business, very risky business, and until that spread will tighten up, you can't touch it. I'm talking about the RSLS. I mean, the spread is 608, 638. So this is the reverse split today, and you never know. I mean, something crazy could happen, but the spread has to tighten up. Shady's WBD, was it 924? Was that your trigger or WBD? Well, I mean, Santa Claus rally, certainly. I mean, if this holds, this is the first official day. Yeah, so you can see right off the bat here, this gap continuation or reversal scanner, it's not giving very many. I mean, it's an awesome one for the NTNX, but nothing since I loaded it, at 1026. And what are we now? 1041. There has not been one new alert. Not one new stock, I should say. It's still all about the Newtonix. But you see that spread though, Amir, right? For our RSLS. Yeah, it's 610, 631. I mean, it's very difficult to commit. So Shady is short the SPY. So the AI took, as a suggestion, on this short of Cal and put the stop way up here at the high of the day. So that would mean, I mean, if you took this short at 860, your stop is not quite a dollar away. Let's make it a dollar away. So if you took 100 shares, and if you're risking $100 on the trade, you would take about 100 shares. See, the spread on Cal as well. Okay, it's 863, 875. It's better than the RSLS. So again, remember, there are only about 2.2 or 2.4 million in the float on this Cal, not 77 million. So the AI actually exited that trade. I'm not sure it could have got out at 860, but it exited the trade for no gain. All right, guys, 10:45, sorry, 10:45. So you know what's coming. I'll try to be brief, but we still have the promotion on for 30% off. All right, so if you click on the link that I put in here, this is the link that gets you right to the sale, as opposed to having to go through my homepage, but right there, holiday 30% off sale. And again, when you have 3 days, 16 hours, 12 minutes, 6 seconds on a countdown, okay? Select your subscription and obviously disregard this. It's going to say 25, but use holiday 30. Trust me, if you put holiday 30 in there, you'll get 30%. So don't use the holiday 25. And we have the 4 plans. Annual monthly premium standard. Annual premium is 2,000 less the 30%. That'll get it down to 1,400. And then the annual standard, it'll get it down to 700 from 1,000. You don't have to take on an annual. You can go monthly. 118, 228. You can take the 30% off the first month only, okay? So if you maintain a monthly subscription, understand this is what you'll pay going forward. If you take out a monthly subscription though, and you decide, wow, I wouldn't mind having an annual, yeah, I've tested it a little bit more and I wouldn't mind having an annual. If you do it within 30 days, we'll honor that 30% discount. Now, this is also open for anybody who is currently a monthly subscriber and you'd like to upgrade to annual. I don't like to use the term upgrade, but if you'd like to take out an annual subscription, you can do so until the 26th, right? So you have 3 days. That's when it's over. Call it 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, December 26th. Okay, hopefully that's clear then. And if you want to do this, if you're a monthly subscriber right now and you want to take on an annual, I'll give you a link. Give me a moment. You too, Mr. Keith. We'll see you in the new year. Oh, not the new year. No, we'll see you next year. Not quite the new year. So I put a TI homepage link in there. Okay, so if excuse me again, if you have a monthly subscription right now and you want to take out an annual, you want to take advantage of that 30% off, just go to the homepage, click on the homepage link, and then where it says questions and answers, go to the ask, give them your email address, and say, hey, I want to take advantage of the 30% off, and they'll look up your account and they'll get you going with the 30% off for an annual. Okay. Hey guys, here's that MLKN. I mentioned it earlier. This is kind of a sneaky one. Again, it's probably a stock that a lot of people don't know. Had earnings yesterday. The high was 2088, so it's definitely it's above that high. The next high is here, 2215. So there is some room, about a dollar. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it seems to be reasonably steady. Held the VWAP at 2078. Nicely done, Shady, on that short on the SPY. Okay, so again, I see the Cal did move down. I'm amazed that it is shortable at Interactive Brokers. Can't remember the last time a stock that did a reverse split was shortable the day of the reverse split. Meanwhile, Chris continues to move down here. Coherus Biosciences, CHRS. Now this is getting closer and closer to an all-time low. Nice little pattern here, little move up here on the 15-minute chart, and then the move down. And the next low looking left, I think it looks like that's 645, 633. So there is a little bit of support, not that far away for CHRS. I guess if it can take that out, if it continues down, there's some news on this one. I don't see any specific. I mean, this was up in the pre-market, up at 984, guys. I mean, this was way up here, and then it just dropped. How about looks like a financing? Let's take a look. Well, there's no news on it anyway. No financing news. Are you suggesting maybe they're going to do one? There's no news on it regarding a financing. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Guys, I'm back. All right. Well, look at the Cal. Could not recommend anybody doing that, but the Cal absolutely is cratering now. Okay, guys, sorry. I'm just watching this Cal now. A great short on the on the SPY for Shady, calling that top here. Hmm. Guys, I'm just okay. Let me take a look at some other things maybe showing up in the races. See if there's anything interesting, especially in the large cap side of it. Oh, Verona, VRNA, guys. Wow, lost sight of this one. Shouldn't have. Look at this. So it is taking out the high of 2 days ago, 23.76. Of course, yesterday's high had the big news 3 days ago. This was a great traders. So I'm sure some of us, well, I know I did, traded this one 2 days ago. And now it's a little extended, unfortunately. Hmm. Okay, guys, as I'm waiting for this Cal, I am going to talk a little bit about my homepage. We've already talked about subscriptions and all, but more information on my homepage. Okay, so I'll put my homepage link in, click on it, and this is what you're going to see. It'll be right at the top here. So again, we already covered the holiday 30 for the 30% off promo. The let's get started. Please do that first. It's mandatory, really. Goes through the download and installation, your first startup and login, etc. Take you about 2 minutes, 10 short videos. And I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right here. It's free, of course. Trade of the week. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Obviously, not one next Monday. I don't know if Steve is going to do one for Tuesday. He may not on a short week. I don't know if he will, but when we get back to a normal schedule, it's about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. It'll be sent to you and it's free. Okay. Education section. So, what I've tried to do in this section is instead of you're having to go to our home, the Trade Ideas homepage and find out all sorts of information, I've tried to get it all in this education section. So I've got the user guide is here. There's that getting started. You should at least know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what stock racing is all about. Okay. Lots of other information, of course, in the guide, but you don't have to learn everything at once. And there's going to be a lot of things in the guide that you won't care about, like any other software program. There's that getting started again. Daily support. So today is Friday. Yes. So today it should be Andy. Should be Andy in our YouTube room. I take a break between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern, and one of the other traders takes over. And again, because it's Friday, it should be Andy. I'll excuse me. I will confirm that. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the non-YouTube room, so you can head over there and listen to Andy if you'd like to. And daily webinars. So you can sign up for them all. I don't know what sort of schedule we're going to be on next week and the next couple of weeks, but if you sign up right here, you'll be notified as to when they are going to resume. Educational videos on trade ideas here. Back to basics. If you're new to trade, is a great free resource. You know, I phrase it like that all the time, but it's a great free resource. Gives you an introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. And last on my homepage are my scans that I'm sharing. So we took a look at that, sorry, the gap continuation or reversal. That is something that I didn't have up and running, but somebody asked for it, so I gave them that. So there are scans I don't necessarily have up and running, but I have in here. These are the two that I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. I can almost guarantee that anything that is moving, you'll see in these two scans. Can't tell you how many times people write in and say, how come I missed this one in the pre-market? My scan didn't pick it up. And I look and I check my scan and it's there. So I think this will cover virtually anything that is moving in the pre-market. These are the two races that you see here, these two races that you see here. And another popular one, the 10-day daily breakouts and down. Okay. Upside movers versus downside movers, a different way to display the data and a ticker. So I say a lot of scans are here. You don't have to load them all, of course. So if you do take out a subscription, appreciate it if you use my link, either that holiday link that I put in for the 30%, or just get the trade ideas right here. Helps the room. Room gets credit. Okay. And if the room gets credit, I get credit. Okay. So the other reason to save my homepage link is that, at times you can, well, first of all, you can take a look at my scans anytime and that big education section right here. Okay, guys. So as I'm waiting on the Cal again, I have to obviously keep a close eye on it. Okay, so Just a brief overview of what Trade Ideas is all about. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. And we are a scanner. We have screening capability, of course. There are a lot of screeners out there, but we're a scanner, sort of a combination of screening and real-time alerts. That's what a scanner does. So for instance, if you click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. So I'm sharing my scans, but we've also created a lot of scans here. So here's, for instance, a momentum scan. Okay, so time 11, it's 11:07 right now, Eastern time, 11:02. That's the last alert we had in this momentum scan. To find out what anything is looking for, including my scans or any of the scans you see, you right click, configure, and summary. So that'll tell you what the scan is looking for. So this is the screening aspect. The filters here, this is the screening aspect. So in this particular scan, if a stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, 100,000 shares. Here's the momentum aspect of it. Volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. Okay, I'm going through this really quickly. This is just the concept. Okay, so if all these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. Okay, so the last alert was at 11:02. As you know, since I loaded this, there have been no other stocks that have met these filter requirements that have made a new high for the day. So if you like this scan, if you like this scan, you can have it. You'll right click and you'll duplicate it into a free floating window. Basically, what you have to do is you have to take it out of this layout and you duplicate it into a free floating window. And it popped up on another monitor, and here it is free floating. So if you like the scan exactly the way it is, then you can right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. And I'm going through this quickly. This is not like a tutorial about everything about how to use Trade Ideas. I'm just giving you an overview. But if you wanted to make a change, again, right click, configure, summary. You might like this concept, but maybe you don't like the price range. So you can always change the price range. Make it 10 and 100. Or another chain, maybe you wanted a higher volume or something else. When you get used to using Trade Ideas, you might see a filter that, well, I wouldn't mind adding that filter in, or maybe taking one of these out. Up to you. So you can use it as is, or you can adjust it. Ah, they've done that. Excellent. Okay. Okay. And then you can save it. Then you save it to the cloud. So the concept I'm trying to show you, though, is you can go to the different channels, these theme-based channels, and you can start extracting scans that you might like. And then what you can do, you're saving them to the cloud, then you file load from cloud. One. Sorry, guys. There we go. Load from cloud, and if you've saved them correctly, then you'll see them. You just highlight it, load it, file load from cloud again, highlight and load, and then you can create your own layout without actually having to build any scan from scratch. Okay, but I do warn you, don't have so many up and running that you'll be clicking like mad on alerts all day long and getting nothing done. Okay, now if you want to build your own scan, of course you can. So right click, configure. I'm just going to right click on an alert scan that I've got here. And if you click on search, you'll see these are all, when you see these icons, these are all the real-time alert icons. Starts off with a new high of the day, new low of the day, but we have a ton of them, of course. And of course, I'll explain why we have a lot. And then once we get to these icons, these are the filter icons. So before you start saying, "Oh my goodness, how am I going to learn this program? There's so much to learn." Well, first of all, you don't have to know what all these alerts and filters are all about. The reason why we have so many is when this company started about 20 years ago, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to build their scans. So they tried to create enough different alerts and filters so the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scan. So you obviously don't have to learn them all. Okay. Yeah, there's a big bottoming tail now for the SPY, you know, and you're right. The buyers have stepped in and they're trying to hold this now. We'll see what happens. What time is it right now? 11:13. So a couple of minutes for this candle to close. Let's see if it closes green, and then maybe the trend up will resume. Pretty big red candle though, but that's why it's always interesting in the market. You never know what's going to happen. So let me talk a little bit about the racing and why I think it's really a great feature, especially if you're new to trade ideas or even new to, well, especially new to trading. One of the problems with trading is that you can get overwhelmed by the number of alerts you get. And that's why I was trying to caution people, don't have so many alert windows and top list windows in your layout so that you get overwhelmed by all the information that's coming at you. So this is what the racing is all about. And I've got two races here that I'm sharing. And every race starts off from what we call a top list window. Open the top list. And before we had racing, this is what a top list window was used for. So any column header that you had, and these are just filters, okay? So if I wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from the close of yesterday, I double left click on the header and it'll tell me. So and as long as the stocks are meeting these filter requirements, in this case, if the stock is between $1 and $50 and has at least and it's traded at least 200,000 shares and up 2% at least from yesterday's close, those filter requirements are met, then I will see the stocks that are up the most from the close. And it'll rank them. It'll, the one that's up the most will be right at the top. So there's IMRN, 57%, APE, 54%, etc. Do it from the open, which I think is a better way to go. Once the market's opened, there's ETSA, 21%, 16%, etc. Okay. So it's interesting information to have, but how is that going to help you to trade? For instance, what if down here, PRAX, 3.9% from the open? What if all of a sudden, though, it started to move? Now it's 5%, 10%, 15%. For some reason, some big news hit, or for whatever reason, it really starts to move. You'd never be able to see that. So that's where the races come in. And every top list you can launch, you can create your own top list set of parameters, or you could even do things like, well, I only want to follow, these 30 stocks every day. I want to see racing on these 30 stocks every single day. And then you have to do what's called a symbol list. You attach it to the top list, and then you just launch the real-time race. So in this particular case, so that's what in this race here, it's based on that top list window that I just showed you. So my races are 4 minutes long. So we're at a minute and 15 seconds into this race. Since the race started, and it's just like any other race, there's a starting line, and every stock starts off in the same starting position. And the stock that is moving the most, you'll see at the top of the leaderboard. You can see how, they jockey for position. So right now, not a big move, but NOTV, it's made, it's moved 0.88% since the race started. So that's why it's at the top of the leaderboard. But some other stock could come up and supplant it. And typically in this race here, you will see some moves of 5, 10, 15%. They can be quite volatile. There's WDH now, 1.52%. But this is what happens. At the end of a race, there's a winner. And over the course of the day, the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day will be listed in a top 10 list. So IMRN won 7 races today, APE won 4, etc. So this creates a watch list for you automatically. Forget everything else. You can concentrate on just these stocks all day long. You look at IMRN. Well, let's take a look at it. What is it doing now? Well, it's pulled back. There's the VWAP. Maybe if it takes out that VWAP again, maybe it gets running again. We don't know, but you can put a price alert there. Rent one race probably a while ago. What's it doing? Well, not bad. I mean, again, you can kind of look left, see the high is 317. Maybe if it takes out that 317, maybe it's got to run to 340. We don't know, but at least this gives you something to focus on and create price alerts and put price alerts at different areas. Or you might look at rent and say, well, I don't want to chase it right now, but if it pulls back, to a moving average that I like, maybe that's where I'll take it. Now, if you're new to trading, you're not going to know any of this. In other words, you don't know what sort of a trader you are. I mean, are you going to be a momentum trader? Are you going to be a pullback trader? Things like that. So that's the next step. We have a simulator. So if you're new to trading, you can use all you need is our standard service, and then you can practice trading. You don't even need a broker because it's using our real-time data. I will put the Brokerage Plus link in. Okay, so I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. So you'll see there were 2 videos. There's a short video. This window can actually be used to trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, okay? If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, don't worry. It just means you don't have access to this feature. But and even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you have to do this, okay? The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator. Because again, if you're new to the market, before you commit money to the market, I can't emphasize enough, you should be practicing trading, and it could take you 3 months, 6 months before you actually start trading. Till you can make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money, when you attach to your live account. Now, if you can make money in a simulator, it doesn't necessarily translate to making money in your live account because emotions come into play. I'm going to explain. We're going to do a little bit of money management today. I've only tried to do this a couple times a week, but this is going to be the time. So let me explain what I mean by money management. Let's say you wanted to take APE right now, okay? So I'm going to take 500 shares. First of all, sorry, to get this window loaded, you have to click on New and then Brokerage Plus, and this window will show up. And by the way, Racing and this window, Brokerage Plus window, only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, I'm sorry, it's not available. So once you've got your Brokerage Plus window up and running, then you click on Sim underneath the 2 options underneath the Brokerage Plus. One is live, one is Sim. Click on Sim for simulated trading, paper trading. It says not connected. Okay, once you click on Sim though, that not connected will change to account. It will, unless I didn't click it hard enough. There it goes. So now it's an account. Click on account, and then it says simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. And again, our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay, so you don't even need a broker. So let's say I wanted to take ape. So I click on the symbol. There it shows up. I click how many shares I want to take. Of course, this is you can type in the actual number, but this is just created for you if you want to take something like that. And then I'm going to go in at the market. There's only a 1 cent spread, so I'm going to buy it and then send it. I wish we didn't have those two steps, but that they don't listen to me. And you're going to see it'll show up here in the positions. Okay, so it took the trade at 181. I'm going to put a stop at 161. I'll explain why. You'll see a red line will appear on the chart that's going to say approximately minus 100. Minus 97.50, okay? So the way I trade is I won't take a trade. I have a checklist, okay? And if I can't check every box, I won't take the trade. Doesn't matter what my checklist is, you're going to have to develop your own style of trading. But some of the things on my checklist will be, a price range that I like to trade, a minimum volume, things like that, okay? But that's just the way I trade. So once I make a determination that I can check everything, then I start looking, okay, but if I take this trade, where am I going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work for me? Because, just because I think a trade should work, it doesn't matter. It may not work, right? So that's my stop. And so I put my stop 20 cents away on purpose, and I'll explain why. Now, where are you going to place your stop? Now what I do is I typically size up maybe a 15-minute chart, maybe a 5-minute chart. I kind of check where I think there's a support area. So if it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. But that's when you're starting out, that can be very difficult to ascertain. So what I would do is want to practice maybe using the low of the previous 5-minute candle as your stop. You can practice doing that. And because there's no guesswork there, that's a defined number. So there's no, I wonder where that low, the 5-minute candle is. I mean, it's a hard and fast number. Okay. So once you know where your stop is and you're entering the trade, the next step is, okay, if I get into this trade and it doesn't work, sure, I've got my stop. I know where I'm getting out, but how much am I actually willing to risk on the trade dollar wise? So, of course, hopefully this makes sense. If you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm demonstrating risking $100 a trade. And that's why I took 500 shares. I don't take the same number of shares every trade. And how many shares I take will be dependent on the difference between my entry price and my stop. And that's why I put the stop at 161, just to make the math super simple. Because the stop is 20 cents away. So if I'm risking $100 on the trade, divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500 shares. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet, something like that, so that you're going to have this. Well, how I trade, I have the same risk amount within reason for every single trade. So I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. So in an Excel spreadsheet, you can put your risk amount, which is going to be this, should be about the same every trade. And so once that's done, then you just you enter your entry, your stop, and that'll automatically calculate how many shares you take. Because obviously, if this was a 15-cent difference, it would be different. I'd be dividing 15 cents into 100. Okay, if it's a 20-cent difference or a 40-cent difference, 40 cents into 100 to get a different share size. So once you've done that, now, and this is what I was saying, so you can make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money live. I mean, imagine, because there's really no emotion here. If you get stopped out, you get stopped out. It's not your money, so you don't care. But I'm telling you, once you start to trade, no matter how much, even let's again, and once you start to trade, it should be because you've made money in the simulator. But now, emotion takes over because many times, with all the best intentions, even though you've practiced for 3 months, 6 months, and you've obeyed your stop, You get into a trade and you're excited and it's not working. It's coming down to your stop price. You can't believe it. Everything looks so beautiful. The room is talking about it. Maybe even there's some news. News is not one reason why I take a trade, but it could be a bonus. And it starts drifting down to your stop price. And you say, you know what? I'm going to disobey this because I know it's going to come back. So your $100 manageable loss turns into two, three, four, $500 before you finally give up and you sell. And you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Scenario number one. Scenario number two, almost as bad, is not obeying your stop. You're down two, three, four, $500. You're sweating, and then all of a sudden it comes back on you for you, and now you're up two, 300, and you're happy you didn't obey your stop. And of course that can happen. Okay. However, I'm just saying money management is the key to sticking around in this. If you want to, if you want to maintain a trading account, money management is crucial. So obeying your stop, think of it this way. You get stopped out. Commissions are no reason. I mean, in the old days, commissions, which were exorbitant, would be some reasons for not obeying your stop because, to get in and out and then back into the trade, I mean, commissions would kill you. But, your other trading, even if you have to pay IB half a cent a share, I mean, it's not the end of the world. And think of it like this. You get into a trade and it doesn't work. It may set up again. The reasons why it didn't work, maybe the market turned against you completely. Maybe something else happened. Who knows? There are lots of reasons for people selling. But maybe it sets up again in around the same type of setup. You can always try it again. Okay. So that's it, guys. I'm off the soapbox. Practice trading before you commit. These are hotkeys, okay, in this brokerage platform. So if you had a series of trades that you're in, you would just highlight what you want to get out, say, and you just flatten the trade. Or you could get it a half, or you could double position, or of course you could go into the share box and trade out how much you want. Okay. Now, if you want to practice swing trading, you can do so. If you don't exit the position at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. Okay. See what Mr. X is posting in our Discord room about BFRI. So it popped up, a little cheap one. Okay. Now, Dak, come on. I like to have my Big Mac once a month, so don't do that to me. I like the fries, but it's not often, but every now and then. Okay, so I should have mentioned this too. This racing scan here. So it's labeled large cap gainers from the open. Okay, this is biggest gainers from the open, but this is large cap. So two filters that I added here for this one, the large cap, it has to have a minimum of 500 million as a market cap and 50 million, 50 million minimum float. So typically you will not see a 6% move typically in here. Okay, just because of it's a large cap. So let's take a look at the CACO as an example. I know this was an IPO or something. Oh no, yeah, it wasn't an IPO. It was not an IPO. It was a SPAC that turned into CACO. But again, if you're new to trading, this might be maybe well, because it's less volatile, it might be easier to stomach. Okay, because yeah, these can be wonderful. You get these big percentage moves, but with big percentage moves up can come with big percentage moves down also. These are a little less volatile. Okay. And but creates a top 10 list also. Take a look at XP. XP was almost an all-time low. This was an all-time low down here, but it's had a decent recovery. So again, you look at XP and you think, okay, there's the VWAP, right? 1544 is the VWAP. So it's just a little bit underneath the VWAP. So, as you get used to understanding these terms and, moving averages and things like that, if that's the type of trader you want to be, then you start looking at that and you go, wow, okay, there's the VWAP. What if it took out the VWAP? What if it got above the VWAP, 1544? Maybe it would start to move. Or maybe that VWAP is holding it, it will not break it, and you can short it. Okay. You can see how, trading is not easy, guys. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So we've got some pretty choppy action now in the SPY, guys, so which it could be affecting a lot of stocks also. Look at the SPY now, very choppy, topping tails, bottoming tails. So it is pretty choppy. So I don't know if you're in a trade right now. Again, I'm not seeing too many that we had about 3 days ago. I mentioned was a fabulous day, not necessarily because the market was up. I mean, that helped for sure, but because we found a lot of stocks that were trending. They weren't I mean, you could see a stock that's up at the end of the day, but in the course of making that high at the end of the day, it could be chopping up and down and whipping you in and out of trades. So nice, it's great when you see a stock that is just trending for at least a couple of hours, not having all the gyrations. I'm not saying there's not one or two or 100 stocks like doing that today. I just, for the stuff that I'm seeing and the way my scans are, I'm not seeing that. I mean, this isn't a bad one. When you look at this, Accolade, ACCD, I mean, it's trended pretty nicely actually. Some little bottoming tails here, but no red candles. And I just didn't see this until right now. ACCD. Now, there is a way, I suppose, I should probably maybe even get this top list up. One of the filters that we have, I'm going to right click, configure, and I'm going to type in consecutive. So these are consecutive candles. So you could say, okay, show me stocks that have had like 5 1-minute candles up, or 5 2-minute, or whatever number you want, 3, 5. But you could specify how many 15-minute candles up in a row, 30-minute, 60-minute, or 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, or days, consecutive days in a row up or down using the negative. So if you add that filter as an example, and there it is, the consecutive candle. So if you wanted to see 5 candles down, you just type in minus 5. That'll show you stocks that have had 5 1-minute candles down. Okay. So, you can look at that. In fact, I think I had something, and that can show you at least something that might be trending a bit. But let me just see if I got rid of it. Consecutive days up, consecutive 15-minute candles. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, so here we go. So, and I've sorted on the consecutive candles. Okay, so SSRM should show me something. Okay, so there you go, SSRM. We should maybe bring this, take a look at this SMFG, 5 candles, KR, Kroger. So at least these are somewhat trending. And of course, if you want to see the ones on the way down, look at Rocket. Boom, Rocket. You guys have been talking about 9. Yeah, this is just 2. So you could put a minimum, obviously. Did I put a minimum? Yeah, so I put a minimum of 2, but you could, if you wanted to, you put 3 or 4. You're not going to get very many alerts, but maybe that's not the worst thing either. Anyway, if you want this, you can have it. Wow, 11:42. Okay, guys, I just want to confirm it's going to be Andy in our YouTube room at in about 15 minutes from now when I take my break. And it is. So Andy will be there in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes. So before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the Pro room and the Discord room. Okay. And if you want to head over to Discord, again, we've got 3 rooms going now. That is the link. We're still waiting to hear back from them regarding the limitation of the 50 able to view my screen the most. So you can see that Ape is getting close to that stop price. I'm gonna see what happens. I just want to show you how it triggers if it does get down to that 161. Now the way I trade is when I get into a trade, my stop price is the absolute worst I want to do in the trade. Okay, with that number. So let's just say in the simulator, the worst I want to do in this trade is to lose $100. Okay. But if I get into this trade and I just don't like the way it's trading, I don't have to wait to get stopped out. Okay, if I, with some experience, whatever you want to call it, I see that maybe the market's taking a huge turn down and it just looks like everything is going to move down. I can always get out of a trade earlier than my stop. My stop is the absolute worst I want to do in the trade. But in this case, I just want to leave it in. I just want to show you if it does trigger. And one of the things about having an auto stop or something like that, and even if you don't have, interactive brokers or E-Trade, I mean, your broker will have a way to do it. If you are functionally dis, if you are functionally unable to obey your stops over and over and over again, you just cannot do it. I mean, that's where the automation comes in, obviously. Now, you know me, I don't talk about auto trading. But I mean, if you are just somebody you just can't obey your stop, you get too emotional about it. Well, of course, putting a hard stop in using your broker or B plus if you have IB or E Trade takes all the emotion out. You just move on. Okay, guys. So the market is, yeah, just kind of chopping around now. Amazing though, not one in the continuation or reversal since I opened this at 10:26. So I just did a history. Yeah, this obviously is going back to yesterday too. Give me a moment. I want to see what actually happened today. Yeah, this is the only one, guys. This is actually the only one that showed up today in the gap up and or in that scan, and that was Nutanix. I mean, it was awesome, but there it is at 9:50. This is yesterday, but this is yeah, nothing else showed up, which is why I basically got rid of it because now I would take one trade like this, of course. But what I was finding is that, rarely you get the alert, but then it would just sort of stop. What's going to happen is in about 3 weeks, I will resurrect this. I'll probably have this up and running because we'll be in earnings season. We'll the start of earnings season. And that's when you start to get a lot of different stocks doing either a gap up and go or a gap up and the reversals, tops and reversals, bottoms and reversals. I mean, it's not overwhelming, but you get enough that it's very interesting to follow those ones. Thoughts on Oric after the move it had this morning? Give me a moment. Okay, so oops, Oryx, all right. Okay, so it's holding over the VWAP. VWAP is 526, so it's kind of holding over the VWAP, which is, I guess, good. The high of the day was 551, but as always, let's check out that weekly chart to see where it could go or where it could stall. So, and I know I went through this exercise earlier. So there's certainly room on the weekly chart, right? Because the high here was 550, and if I just kind of position my cursor, I see that dotted line. See, there's a high right there at 550. That's kind of where it got to. Yeah, almost right. Well, not almost right to the penny. So the high probably either this week was 550, previous day. I don't think it might have been, well, it might have been today, but you can see that there's a high right there of, or right, where was it, 550, and that stalled it for a while anyway. So 550 may be a tough one to get through right now. Now, if I can get through 550, then, the next high is way over here at 750, which is, would be incredible. It had news, I guess, yesterday. But can you kind of see that 550 mark could be the area of resistance? It touched it today and it came off it. And that's why you have to look at I'm just talking in general now, you have to look at the higher time frames. If you have a daily chart and you start looking left and you can't see anything, sure, you could do this. You could start to really shrink the chart down. But, I think better put up a weekly chart then and check to see looking left. So here's an important level right now, guys, for Nutanix, NTNX. The VWAP is 2597. So it is trying to hold, that 26 level. So it is still above the VWAP. But you can see that if it takes out that VWAP, that purple line, that area, 26 area, that this could really start to fall again. Okay, so I mean, it's been, the rumor that HPE is not, Hewlett Packard is not interested in taking them over. I mean, that was the reason for the downfall. All right, guys, 11:54. So I think what I'll do is I'll put the YouTube link in, and Andy should be here in about 5 minutes or so. And you can listen to Andy for an hour as I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern. So guys, I can almost guarantee that I'll be wrapping this up certainly no later than 3 today. I don't think there's going to be much action. You guys been talking about Riven here, RIVN. Yeah, what a downturn this is in. So this is yeah, position and lifetime range is basically at the low. Around, well, if you're talking about, so what recorded session are you actually talking about? Because I mean, I start this at 9 o'clock Eastern, and I go to 3. That's every day. So that's 6 hours anyway. I'm sure you don't want to listen to me for 6 hours. So what are you actually trying? Ah, okay, okay. So this is what I would do. Well, there are YouTube videos, but I could also show you. If you go to my homepage, not so much a channel, okay? If I'm going to give you my homepage link, I just put it in. So if you click on my homepage link, and then you go to the education section. Now, if you're brand new, you should have done the Let's Get Started, number 1, okay? If you haven't done that, please do that. You may not have to look at everything. I mean, if you've already done the download and installation in your first startup and login, toolbar, right click magic. Okay, there are 10 videos, short videos, layout styles, etc. Okay, So if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, yeah, hopefully you've done that. If you haven't done that, you should do that. Number one. Okay, number one. Number two is you can go to after that, you can go to the education section and click here. Now we do have a big user guide here, but you might want to start off with down here, educational videos, okay? A lot of good videos are here. Starting Trade Ideas from scratch, custom channels, creating your account, etc. And if you're brand new to trading, this is another excellent resource, free, introduction to charts and candlesticks, etc. But this is more as an introduction to trading. This is obviously specific to Trade Ideas, the features, okay, the guide, the user guide I think it's excellent. If you go to the user guide, you want to find out more about alert windows and top list windows, the important, and stock racing, it's all here. I mean, I don't want to overwhelm you. Okay, so it's not a channel, just go to my home page. But, I don't know what you mean by work all these settings. I mean, you have to start off with, if you're brand new, I mean, if you haven't done the 30-minute intro, okay, finding stock. Well, okay. I mean, there's all sorts of scans that you can find stocks that are running. Okay, so for instance, if you click on new from our toolbar, I mean, assuming that you've got a toolbar and you click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, we have a momentum channel, momentum. Okay, I hear Mr. Andy.
Hey, Mr. Barry, how are you?
I'm good. I'm just trying to wrap this up for this gentleman. Okay.
No problem.
And, okay. So yeah, so Ram, so if you clicked on new from our toolbar, then click on dock channel bar, and then go to the momentum channel. I mean, these are stocks that are running as an example. Now, it doesn't mean that they're going to keep running, from the time you get the alert, but at least these are going to show you stocks that are definitely running now. Okay, so that's one. So I'm actually, if you went to my homepage, and you go to the scan section. So if you click on my homepage link and you go to my the scan section, you'll see there it is right there, Momo. Okay. I would use this in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down. You'll see the stocks that are active. Okay. But if you want more information about stuff like that, you can head over to our YouTube room because Andy is there biding his time, waiting for me to finish.
No,
so just
no hurry, Barry.
No hurry. Okay. So let me just get my announcement in. You took me by surprise, Andy. Give me a moment.
What took you by surprise?
You took me by surprise.
Oh, okay. Well,
the 12 o'clock just crept up on me.
yeah, there you go. Well, I was actually a little bit later than I normally am, so.
Oh, really? Yeah, you were.
Well, just
Okay,
a couple of minutes,
break.
yeah.
Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay. Okay, guys. So I'm going to mute the main room, and you guys can head over to YouTube. I'll put the YouTube link in. So I'm going to mute both the Discord room and the main room. And how are you, Andy?
Doing
Getting all
good.
set for the holiday and
Doing good. Yes. As a matter of fact, I'm taking all next week off. So.
Well, you are okay.
Yeah. Just to.
Going anywhere or just hanging around?
Yeah, we're gonna go see some family around Texas, and then go to Galveston for a few days and just kind of hang out in Galveston. Oh yeah.
Galveston.
Oh, Glenn Campbell, boy.
Oh, Glenn Campbell, that's right.
Did you know he was? I mean, he is one of the top ranked guitarists of all time. I mean, like some really you would never think of it. Like I mean, even some heavy, rockers, man, put him up there.
Really?
Oh yeah, if
Up
you ever
with
caught
up
some
with
of,
Jimmy and Eric
I'm
Clapton and
telling
all
you, so
the
yeah, he's
really
very well respected in the industry. Yeah, he could get it
interesting.
when he wanted to. Of course, that wasn't his niche, but
Yeah, because the songs were more mellow, so you didn't
right,
really
of
get
course.
the big licks and all. But
Well,
yeah, oh, I don't. Well, if the icons of rock are saying that, who am I to disagree?
that's right. Yeah, yeah. As a matter of fact, him and
Uh,
Alice Cooper were very, very
yeah,
best
yeah,
friends.
yeah.
Yeah,
I heard about. Yeah,
yeah.
I had read that about Alice Cooper.
Hmm.
All right, my
All right, buddy.
friend. Now, can you go
Yes,
to one
yes.
o'clock, or do you
You
have to
bet.
leave
You
early?
bet. Yeah, take the full hour, buddy.
Okay, okay. I'll see you in about an hour then, Andy.
All right. Take care, Barry.
Okay, bye bye.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Aja. Hi, Bill. Look at this little CJJD coming across the race here. Man, just doesn't feel like a market that you want to uh, chase anything. How's everybody doing? You ready for the Christmas and New Year's and all the fun stuff in between? Hi, Patrick. How are you? Boy, it's pretty dead today. Let's take a look around the market. There's just not a lot going on. Slightly up there in the spies, trying to get a little lift here. Maybe this kind of a dead market. Maybe we'll get a little Christmas rally, but boy, not a whole lot happening as of yet. And I'm sure a lot of people are probably taking the day off as well. So, well, I can kick myself in this nine. I was watching this thing for 3 days and never bought it. Jeez. I don't trust. I mean, oil stocks, kind of like gold stocks, man. You wake up the next morning and there's a 4% gap down in oil, and your stock gets plummeted. Uh, you bought Tesla below 119. Yeah, let's take a look. Well, I'm not sure when you bought it at let's see, at 119.70. I mean, I don't see it going there today, and I don't see it going there yesterday. Maybe you did in the pre-market or sometime, but we'll see. We'll see. What happens here. I mean, it's tempting anytime you see a stock. That's the nature of people. You see a stock that was trading above 400 all the way down to 123, and you're thinking, "Wow, I should probably take a chance on this." I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, I do it occasionally, but I think you almost have to if you're a momentum trader. There's no momentum there. The momentum is to the downside. Now, for somebody who says, "Wow, I think Tesla's a really good value at this level," maybe I'll just buy 1/4%, not a percent of my normal position. So let's say you normally would like to get 100 Tesla. Say, well, you know what? I'm just going to buy 25 right here. I'm not going to average down. I'm just going to buy 25 shares. And then if it goes up, I did that with Meta. I'm out now, but that's what I did down here in Meta. I bought a small size and on this day right here, and then got a nice little gap up. So I averaged in some more, and then I got a nice move. Like I said, I'm out of it right now, but still, I tell you, if that thing pops above this level right here, I may have to think about getting back in. So I'm not one that is opposed to doing a little bottom fishing, but you just have to do it with small size because the the trend is definitely down in these things. Another one is Amazon. Amazon. Uh, Take a look at the monthly on Amazon, and this is what I like to do if I am looking at spots. And you can see right here, if I draw a line, there's some really nice support on the monthly there in Amazon. That doesn't mean it can't come down here to, to 670 or 65, but once again, if you just had 25 shares versus 100 shares, what your uh, even if I only buy a quarter, I still have a stop if it doesn't do what I expect it to do. But at least with a quarter of a position, you have a lot, more leeway as far as where your stop needs to be. In other words, you can give, if it's not the bottom, you can give it a much bigger wiggle and jiggle than you can if you put on a full position. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of stocks out there telling me, we're in a recession. Uh, yeah, I'm not very bullish on this market at all. I haven't. I did well in a bunch of China stocks, but China is getting K Web. If you look, it seems like it's just getting a little tired. Let me put on there's the monthly. You can see the monthly there. That's something that's trying to bottom and turn around. Now let's go to a daily, and just seems to me, had another push here to take out these highs, failed. Maybe these moving averages catch it, but it just seems it's getting possibly a tire today. Uh, I could see Tesla doing one of those inside doji days. As a matter of fact, on this day right over here, I bought Tesla because it had kind of an inside spinning top there in Tesla, and I kind of like those patterns sometimes after after a sell off. Now it doesn't look like, but it did have a kind of a big sell off to here, and I actually bought it, scalped out of some, got stopped out of my last bit there. Uh, but yeah, I'm tempted. Looks like it's getting a little bounce here. Have to admit, I did buy a little lead this morning on this pullback. I wish is right at the 50. I like when those gap fills like that, when they, move up and then have a gap fill. So I bought a little bit of that, a little bit underwater, but only 20 cents. Little early on it. I thought it was going to bounce sooner, and of course, so if I just wait, man, anytime you're seeing these sell-offs and you see a level where it's going to bounce, a lot of times it's easy to get early thinking, oh, I'm not going to get it. It's going to turn right here, and you buy it. And then next thing you know, you will get your price. A lot of times they have a destiny. They're going to go down to that 50 period moving average. One other buy that I made was pins. I bought on a pullback here at actually 68 in my account, but I got to stop if it breaks, if takes out today's low. Just kind of liking that setup there. But not doing a lot, man. I probably got 95% of my 98% of my money in cash right now. I'm just not confident in anything. And if I do take a swing at something, I'm quick to get out. I just not liking what I'm seeing in this market. But maybe we can have a Santa Claus rally. Who knows? When I look at my swing trade watcher, stocks that I look that have good setups, and then the market opens and they're all like trading down, except for this WVE, which looks like, man, it could be, on any other day, if it took out this level, I'd be all over it. But uh, I just don't like chasing chasing stocks on a Friday afternoon. I bought this yesterday at 55. Had a nice pop. Try it, so scalped out of probably 75% of it up here around, in the five change level, and it sold out. I should have had it back on the radar today because a lot of these stocks will do that. They'll open up and just get another pop. Yeah, here's one EH. So if you chase that one this morning through that little breakout, wham. I'd rather buy pullbacks in a market like this than be chasing highs. That doesn't mean some of these, obviously, momentum plays will work, but boy, you got to catch the right one. No, Iris, I haven't worked on that yet. The pullback races. I need to work on something like that. I just haven't gotten it. Trying to think what you would even use for a. Because really the only alert we have, well, you can't be an alert. It's got to be a filter. I guess it could be. Uh, let's see, maybe change from highs of day. Let's see. Hey, Rajiv, Merry Christmas to you too, buddy. Thank you. Yeah, I got to figure out what I don't know if we would have a filter because, uh, yeah, I just don't know how you do that. Position and range. Yeah, you'd almost have to do a position and range. Add filter. Oh, let me go ahead and do this. Hold on. I'll help you, Patrick. I think you may have sent an email in on that. Basically, V bottoms are hard. I mean, uh, I don't know if Chris got back to you today. Was thinking if you could find a certain percentage up from the bottom in the first 2 hours. Yeah, I'll help you on that in just a minute. Let's see if I can build this race for position and range. You'd have to almost. Okay, let's say it has to be 75%. It's got to be up on the day. If you're buying pullbacks, obviously you want to buy stocks that are up on the day. Change from close. Let's do 2%. Relative volume 1.5. Volume today shares 200,000. Position and range. I'm on the 5-minute. Position and range. I have no idea if this is going to work. Now, so we want to run the race descending. Let's see if we could do this. Launch real time. If you guys think I'm not doing something right, let me know. Let's do so race setup, 10 cars based on position and range. And let's see if descending, wait, server sort, position and range, descending, auto start. Let's see what it looks like. Ew, there's no volume there. BCX. No, that one just took off, so that position, the range, it's not looking like it's. Ah, wait, I bet you I gotta do. Hold on. Ascending. Oh, nice, Patrick. Okay, this looks like it may work. Okay, this one looks like it's pulling back a little bit and just took a little lead here. Of course, the market's popping up, so we might not get a whole lot of. There's your Tesla getting a little bit of lift here. All of them are pretty much trading their highs because we just got these are strong stocks on the day, and we're just getting a little move there in the market, so we're not see. Okay, let's see what this AMRX is doing. And it pulled back a little bit, then popped up. No, not that one's not right. Yeah, it's probably a bad time to be running it because we're getting a little bit of tiny move in the market, so we're not getting a whole lot of stuff pulling back right now for me to really gauge it. Bear with me in case I have to do a little buying if the market we get a little rally here. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work. I may have to. Yeah, I was hoping some of this would pull back. Now it's all over the place. Let me try using that. Hold on here. Let's do. Got to be up percent. Let's use. So I think it's showing me stocks. That's what it's doing because I have it server sort. I have it on position and range. Uh, Change of the close. Ascending. Yeah, I saw some of them. I saw the Newpont had a new Newmont had alert go off this morning. Of course, I didn't. Once again, I don't chase miners either. But yeah, I saw they had a little move today. The GDX. They've been lagging the gold and silver sector. Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on this. I don't know what to use there as far as pullback. I think it's just biggest losers win. All right, I'll keep an eye on this. Because we have some other questions that are in here. I'll keep an eye on that and see if that's working. It looks like it may be if you put biggest losers win. I see some of these pulling back, like TTC and Overstock, a little bit. But let's see if the market pulls back. What happens? And Patrick, I'm going to give you some ideas of you're not going to be able to be like a V shape and a U shape because we can't really compare like candles to make sure the candles are trading you know in the pattern we want it to. But you can get creative in creating some of these things. And let me just show you one that we built, and this will give you some ideas. And once again, I always tell anybody get to where you're able to use the uh, So this is called a washout bounce, and what it's looking for are stocks that have sold off, right? Like this one right here, sold off hard and then came back. Now this is done in a lot of them are going to be a single candle like that. So I think it's going to pick up a V shaped if it happens. But I think what you're going to find is it picks up a lot of these big wick. So anyway, maybe you can figure out a way to, where it's not just a wick down real quick. I don't think you're going to be able to do that, but it's all about the position and range. Okay, you get to where you can use these position and range filters along with just ranges. In this case, okay, the a change from close has to be below a 0.5%. In other words, stock opened up around the well, we don't know where it opened, but it can't be above 0.5% up on the day. And then you have consecutive days. I'm not sure why he put that one in there, but let's just see if we got more stuff if we take that out. Position and range, it has to be in the upper portion, upper 10% of its intraday range. Excuse me, let me get a drink of Coke right here. The gap, okay, we don't want a stock that's gapping way up or gapping way down. We want it pretty close to, but we can put 0.5. Today's range percentage is 100%. Now, what that means is, okay, the minimum is 100%. So it has to be above its average range for the day. Okay, so there's a good chance, obviously, uh, if it's above that, it's going to be, probably a significant move. Okay, because that's a minimum. Okay, so let's say the average range is 50 cents. We know it has to be a 50% range or 50%, a 50-cent range or higher. Okay, so these little filters right here are kind of building what we're looking for. That's why you see this candle right here went down. It had early in the morning, it exceeded its average range and went, quite a bit more than that, and then popped back up. Now, if it would have done this and gone, sideways and then popped back up, that would be your V or your U. Okay, but it just so happens with the way the algos are, a lot of these are going to pop up, uh, pretty quickly. Let's see. Let me see if since I took out those filters, if we have any more. Yeah, we got a couple more. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, we got to put something in there to prevent that. This one has no volume. It needs a volume indicator in it. So I hope it gives you an idea. It's really, I mean, it's really complicated to build exactly what you're looking for, but just remember you can play around with those range filters, okay? And just get creative with them, and you can create. That's why I've created some really good sweetness. I don't know if I've shared this, but it's been a while. Okay, this is looking for stocks that just look really good. Okay, all these stocks are going to be looking like a good setup where you're not chasing highs. They're setting up for you for a possible move. And I'm going to show you in a minute how I did that. There's another one. Nice little wedge, a lot of wicks there, but there's your setup. You're not buying it up here if you're a swing trader and getting walloped. These are potentially Toll Brothers. It's beautiful, holding that 10 period moving average. Uh, Great setups. Scroll out. That one's kind of sloppy there, but still it's above all its moving average. Here's another good one. So let's take a look and see what I did to configure and make this pattern look like this. And you're going to find out it's nothing but range filters. Okay. So what do we have here? Well, first of all, it's got to be above all of its key major moving averages. Position in today's range, it has to be in the upper 20%. It's okay if it's not at highs. I like to stalk them sometimes and catch them before they get to highs. previous day's range. It's got to be kind of close, to that previous day's high, real just below it or not too far above it. This is why I got 110 max. I don't want to be the one chasing this wick way up here. And then that's basically about it. Okay. That's performing. I mean, because it's above all its moving averages and sitting in these particular ranges, these are going to be nice setups. So, man, just spend, the best thing to do, guys, is just spend a few hours. Imagine a chart in your head. And another one I have is called Nice Setup. It's very similar to this. But if you can use those position and range filters and range filters, you can get really creative. You just got to spend some time with it. Just in case no one has gotten this, I will share it. Sweetness. Gosh, man, market just dead. We'd all be better off if the market would just crash. Let's see. All right, let me see if I missed anything. Yeah, Patrick, it's a good if you trade them, that's the key. One reason I trade my coworkers and trader friends always laugh at me, man, because I'm always trading China stocks. Well, hey, I just trade them good. So if you find something that you trade well, stick with it because stocks in different sectors have a personality. Okay, and there's some people all they trade is oil stocks. There's some people that's all they trade is gold stocks, and some people all they trade is Apple. It's okay. Never knock anybody. Tesla breaking out. Yeah, well, I wouldn't say breaking out. It's put a nice head fake on this morning, so I'd be aware of that. I mean, honestly, on these patterns like this, when you have a extremely oversold stock, typically what you end up finding is like I showed you earlier back over here on this day, you'll have like a little what's called a little doji day or an inside day. But that doesn't mean it can't. It can't, market gets going. Yeah, this thing can reverse and have a really good day. And there's that NBS I just said go on. I see K-Web getting a bounce. I'm probably gonna. I trade a lot of these China EV stocks too. I trade them well. You'll notice a lot of times what they'll do, they'll open up, sell off hard in the morning, and then once they get their bounce going, they'll have a nice little bounce. I see that quite frequently. Uh, or get a big gap down and just bounce up. But but getting back to what I was talking about, yeah, I mean, I love trading, what's hot as well, just like yesterday when I bought that Oric, I don't mind, I will definitely trade hot ones, but when it comes to just get this rid of this stuff. But if they're not in vogue, in other words, you're not getting any small cap bounce at times. Sometimes it's better off if you trade a sector well, stick with it. Let's see. Yeah, Neo had had this, that, and then that, but, yeah, I'll trade this one a lot just because I know kinda how it trades, and one thing I like about, China stocks is I don't know if there's just less ETFs in it or maybe the ETFs are, uh this was a trade of the week back over there, but they seem to have, you get in them and you seem to get some really nice runs with that, not a whole lot of, head fakes. But China is not real strong today, so not in the mood to load up on a bunch of that stuff. I'm gonna bring this down a little bit, see if it goes to highs. Yeah, Peter, sometimes, for whatever reason, these these stocks, will kind of buck the trend of what you think they should be doing. Until Peter says he's surprised with the rates going up so much that the home builders doing good. But there's other factors to go into. There's also a home shortage. There's a shortage of homes, so maybe maybe they're building for maybe when rates come down. But whatever reason, that's why a good trader follows the chart and not doesn't get too. And even still, they're still, 40% off, yearly highs or 35% off. So you look at them from up here, yeah, they've gotten beaten up as the rates come down. Now they're probably people are seeing value in there. They do pay a dividend as well. So maybe you want to park your money in something that pays a dividend. Uh, so there's lots of reasons why a stock may go up or down. Interesting chart there. Yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of back and forth in Tesla today. Probably going to see a lot of back and forth in the market as well. Damn, Warwick, that makes me mad. There's another one that makes me mad. I saw this. I knew this company had been strong, and then all of a sudden it just had this, pretty big pullback right there. I said, man, I bet that's a buy at 12. Let's take a look, see if that pullback alert race is working. BCRX. Now that we're getting a pullback in the market. Yeah, I think this one may be working there for you, Iris. Just do it. Has to be up at least 1% on the day, and it looks like this one is working. You see BCRX is winning the pullback race now. It's just pulled back about a dime. Paychex is pulling back. This probably would work better, in the early minutes of the day. first hour. UNG, yeah, could be trying to find a bottom. Yeah, it's definitely in a downtrend and below all its key major moving averages, but strong showing so far today. I know it's awful cold here. All right, Iris, I think I got you one for you. I don't know if you're still out there, but I will share this pullback race. Okay, stocks are all going to be strong for the day, but it would work better if we weren't in such a dead market. All right, let me share this with you. Could be it could be a nice, good way to, find some opportunity. And like I said, if the market was doing much, maybe we'd get a little more action. It's just pretty dead. Nothing going on in China world really. Yeah, Tesla pulling back right to its man, every little pop up right so far in the markets just sure seems like it's getting met with sellers. I don't know that's going to change over the course of the rest of the year, but as for now, man, there's just nothing really get excited. Oh, you're welcome, Iris. You're welcome. Okay, Rajiv, how can we identify? I'm sorry, I think you asked that earlier and I just missed it. Top 10 industry groups, leading sectors in each of these industry groups. Oh, yeah, what you're going to have to do, we have, let me see if I built a, gosh, let me see if I have that still. I don't even know what. Let me see. We may have it still in the doc channel bar. Momentum, earnings, sector status. That's going to be your best bet, except nothing's working. Huh. Wonder what's going on with this. It's dead. See if the other ones are. Yeah, I can't do. The whole thing is froze on me. Huh. Well, that's what you get in some of these new dev versions. I got to report that, but let me do Control Alt Delete. Let's try the production version. Could be that dock channel is. Let's try that again. See if it freezes again. Dock channel bar, and I wonder if I have too much stuff open along with pulling up this. There's some ETF races may you find interesting. There you go. Okay, this is going to be your best bet. The sector status, you're going to have the spider sector, you're going to have the XLI, financials, consumer discretionary, energy, consumer staples. So this is going to be your best bet. Okay. So once again, just go to the dock channel bar and find that sector status, and there you have it. And then you could just, oh, it even has the spider races here for the sectors. A lot of data on that thing. Well, yeah, you're gonna have the sectors, but you're also gonna have the stocks in the sectors. BlackRock, Energy, PXD, CVX. And you're gonna have a little scroll bar so you can go down to see more. Now, what you might want to do is what I would do if I was gonna, this is a lot of data in a big docked window. It's kind of hard to have this with your uh, all your other default layout windows, but you can always, you know, pop these out, the ones you want, just duplicate them in free floating window. And then once you have it there, you can always click and just save it to your cloud and then create your own little. But that's going to be your best bet as far as finding the sectors and then finding the stocks in the sector. A lot of times I just kind of, first of all, I know a lot of stocks in the sectors, and like the nine, I know nine has been strong, been kind of leading that sector for a while now, and oil's strong, and this one, of course, is having a nice little breakout. So uh, retail, I guess you got Nike had strong earnings the other day, not doing much. Thought Macy's had strong earnings, but sold off since. Oh, you're welcome, Rajiv. What happened to MP? Ooh, I don't know. Ugly day yesterday, that's for sure. Boy, just a lot of kicking back and forth right now. Ooh, that's ugly. That's the thing about these China stocks, man. They can be working for you really nice. Yesterday, this Dada had a nice little breakout, and like I mean, you got to get out of those at the right time. All right, let's see if there's any opportunity in the fast cars. There's Oric. Boy, that was a beautiful 2-day move there. Jeez. Why didn't you do that yesterday? Just make one big move. What's old Carvana doing? Since it's yeah, still bleeding. I'll alert that towel just in case it comes down here and catches that 10-period moving average at some point. WVE is failing now. All right, guys. Yeah, this is looking like a Friday before Christmas. There'll be a lot of people traveling.
Or trying to.
Yeah, try. There you go. Good point. Yeah, it's a mess out there, I heard.
Oh yeah, man, oh man.
Yeah.
Even in we're used to it in Canada over the winter, but you guys are really getting it.
Yeah, yeah. Do you get quite a bit of snow at your level, where you're at, or?
Well, it's funny you should say that. Typically, Vancouver is a very temperate winter
Uh-huh.
or has temperate winters, in your degrees, yeah, 38 to 42, maybe in the evening about 34. But we've been hit with winter. It's like
Oh,
my days in
wow.
Montreal. We've got tons of snow, but it's also been cold for us, like in the 20s.
Mm,
And yeah, it's very, very strange.
wow.
Really, really strange.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm looking at my window and it's beautiful.
No,
It's
that is
beautiful.
beautiful, man. Yeah, I wish we would get more of it here. We're lucky to get one a year. Had some
Hmm.
snow flurries yesterday for about an hour, but then yeah, blows out. But
But the markets are closed now, right? It's only half a day today, right?
you're
I'm
joking,
kidding.
right? Because it sure
I am
it
joking.
feels like it.
It
It
doesn't it though?
does.
Doesn't it
It
though? I'm
really
looking at
does,
this.
man.
Yeah, I'm looking at the SPY and
Yeah,
look at all the on the 15. Look at all these topping tails and
I
bottoming
know.
tails,
It's yeah,
and wow, it's
just
just
nothing.
really nothing, 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 nothing. But
I'm kicking myself for not holding a little bit of that Oric from yesterday, but oh well. Just watching
could have
it
dropped a
bleed.
dollar on you
Yeah,
just like
that's
that
true.
too. So.
That's true. That's true.
So that's
I
the
know.
issue.
I know.
Excuse me. Well, Andy,
All
it
right,
is now
buddy.
1 o'clock
All
Eastern
right.
time. So you have a great time off.
Yes, yes. You have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Absolutely.
If I don't hear
Absolutely.
from you before
I'm
that.
sure you won't. You will not be hearing from me.
No.
Okay. Okay,
All
Andy.
right, buddy. See you guys, everybody. I'll see you guys next year. All right. Have a great Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Bye bye.
All right, guys. I am now back in all three rooms. There we go. Let's get rid of my message. Okay, guys. So as Andy and I were just talking, not much happening. Look at this SPY here, guys. Look at the SPY chart. And with all the topping tails and bottoming tails and chopping up and down, just really, for me anyway, not a lot happening. Ija, hello, Ija, or Aja, Ija. I can't remember anymore. It's Ija. Verona, 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 Verona. Yeah, so it actually, last time I was looking at this to see if it would take out that VWAP, and it certainly didn't. My only advice right now, guys, is do not, IJA, that's right, IJA. Do not trade out of boredom, okay? Don't trade out of boredom. What I'm looking here in the larger cap ones, there may be something just over the whole number. Well, there's Verona, but it's not moving the right way. It's funny. I looked at this one as a potential short. I was looking at this about half an hour ago, SPS, and yeah, it would have worked okay. It took out that, see how it broke down through the VWAP, SPS? Well, this IFRX has been on a run, hasn't it? Look at this, 211 to 320 in 4 days. Well, 3 days. IFRX. So what are the markets doing? So Nas is down just a little, Dow's up, SPY's up. Oh yeah, well there's the ORIC though. ORIC, ORIC. It is moving. Yes. Wow. Took out when it took out that high, 525 of yesterday. It's starting to, yes, it's hitting my 10-day daily breakdown up. I should say up 526 at 944. So I mean it wasn't straight up, but and where is the resistance on the weekly chart? I should remember all this, but I think yeah, that 550 was the big one, and it took that out, and now 748 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Again, not saying it's going to get there. Yeah, but once it took out that 550, checking out some of the other ones on the 10-day daily breakout. I don't think they broke out after the original alert. XPON, what a not a disaster, but I mean the big move in the pre-market after hour, sorry, pre-market, still up 121%. But if you, it's at the lows of the day though. This has never been shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So I certainly was looking at this little fail right there, but not, no shorts available. I see GME is poking its head above 20. Okay. How's AMC doing? Still down 10% for the day. Oof, guys, this is getting a little bleak here for just action. I'd like to see something that's, no, let's take a look at Hertz, HTZ. Let's take a look at Hertz and see if there's any room for it to run. So Hertz says the next high looking 1534, just too close. 1534, then 1532, just too close. At 1516 right now. HTZ, just for me, it's just too close. If it had been more like around that 16 level, would have been way nicer. You know, that PRQR never did it. Well, you never know. Next week, maybe. It's got all that room on that weekly chart, but it did not want to. I still have my alert set up here at 3 and didn't take it out today, of course. It briefly took it out yesterday, and then I was reset it and wanted to see if it take out 3 again, and that is a PRQR. And again, why watch it? Well, look at the weekly chart, and you're going to see like a big, beautiful potential gap fill. And it had some, I guess, legitimate news yesterday. I can't remember if these are the guys who got the 75 million up front. To check my notes from yesterday. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. And let's take a look at the Verona VRNA. Well, maybe the problem is that it probably could easily stall at the VWAP, so that's not that far away. I like that bottoming tail though. The sellers tried to knock it down. Buyers are in somewhat control, but you've got that VWAP not that far away, 30 cents away. And that is the VRNA. You too, JC. Well, let's take a look at Oric. Oric, where is the VWAP on Oric as an example? So the VWAP on Oric is at 560. Now that would be, pretty big pullback. But, who knows? Maybe if it drops down here, it might, if the VWAP holds, it could have another run again. And the VWAP at 560, that is just a dime above the high in that weekly chart up here at 550 here. So if it pulled back that much, MDGL, haven't looked at that one for a while. It was a huge win this week. That company. Still, wow, 300 yesterday. What did it get to? 315. Remember, this was a $64 stock 4 days before. Wow. I could have sworn somebody put a $300 price tag on it. I don't know who it was, but I could have. Ah, well, they've done a financing. But good on them. I mean, you're going to do a finance. I mean, remember, this was a $64 stock 4 days ago. So they do a financing at, so the dilution is not that much at all. Yeah, don't like it. Just too many little areas of resistance, perhaps, for the MGAM that I see anyway. Even though all these days it looked like it took all these areas out, but I just can't do it. So when did they actually announce that financing? Okay, well, that was actually after hours yesterday, so you had plenty of time to get out if you were trading it during the day yesterday. Yeah, at 4:15. Yeah, at 4:15. So this was 4:15 yesterday. Sorry, yeah, 4:15 Eastern time, of course. So 15 minutes after the market closed. I'm sorry, they did that on the 21st. So it's interesting because the reaction was actually very good at the beginning. Shareholder probably cheering the fact that they were able to raise that money at such elevated levels. I don't know if I have shorts available for ORIC or ORIC. Oh yeah, there are 371,000. My issue though, of shorting that at what you're saying, Am, at 592, looks to me like there's pretty decent support 20 cents away. Now, maybe that's enough. I don't know. Depends on your stop, I guess. Well, guys, we're going to be hard pressed to find something that's really moving now, I think. I'm not saying it's impossible, but market is just in the doldrums right now with the chopping up and down. Okay, so I think there's something going on here. Okay. Yeah, so look at the SPY volume right now. I mean, look at that. So we have another hour and a half left in the, or I guess 2.5 hours left in the market in theory. So there's your SPY volume compared to yesterday. And just look, we had a day like this. I wonder why on this day we had low volume on the 25th. Thanksgiving. Okay, that would have been Thanksgiving. Okay, American Thanksgiving. So we'll definitely be wrapping this up early, guys, even maybe even at 2:30, another hour from now or so. OTLK from IJA. Let's see what this was looking like. Well, okay, another one of those sub $1 ones that is just poking above. Okay, well, let's see though if ORIC can hold the VWAP now that it is pulling back. Come on. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a little count reset. Okay, so I was mentioning 561. Okay, 561 is the VWAP for ORIC. So we're about 16 cents away. Oh, hanging around at least till 2:30, William. At least. EDSA. Okay, let's take a look at EDSA. Yeah, so I mean, this had the news this morning, or was it this morning, or no? It's had the big run. I'm sorry, I didn't have any news this morning. Um, I mean, for what though? Shorting it or going long? I mean, if you're going to go long, the VWAP is just not that far above it. 212, the VWAP's at 229, so I mean that could stall it. And when I say this, I mean, if you took the trade at right now at 212 and it got to 229, I mean, that'd be a great, nice little percentage move. The problem is you don't know what's going to get even close a lot of traders will just look at that and, and if they were in a little bit earlier, they'll start getting rid of their shares before the VWAP. But anyway, depends what you're looking at. You're looking to try to short it. No shorts available for me. But that's what I'd be. If you were going to take this long, then you got to be aware that the VWAP is at 228. So that's what, 16 cents away. Oh, short it. Okay, shorting it. Well, I don't have any shorts. You have shorts available? Who's your broker? Interactive Brokers does not have shorts available. Not that other brokers won't. Well, and actually, it's a green bar ignored right now. There's your downtrend. There was 15-minute candles. Then that green candle is totally engulfed by the previous red one, and then the next one is red. So, but who's your broker that has shorts? And then you could look left. You might. There's 197 is a low. I don't know if that'll stall it on the way down. 2 might stall it. Just that whole number may stall it. Just to me, it just doesn't. It depends. If you take a lot of shares, I guess, and with a tight stop, I don't know. I just don't know how dynamic this would be. So you have shorts available, whoever your broker is in Q8. And you've got, it's 15 cents above the close of yesterday. So, that could hold it too. It all depends on how much you think you could make. But again, if you're going to only get 15 cents on something like this, you have to be taking a few shares. And then where's your stop going to be? Maybe your stop is, the high here, 216. But from 204, taking it right now, and with a stop at 216. So that is a 14-cent stop. For me to get into a trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making a 1 for 2. That would mean 28 cents. And this dropped. Anything can happen, but dropping 28 cents is not statistically. I wouldn't be looking at this and thinking, oh yeah, statistically that is something I could look at, because it's only 15 cents above the high or close of yesterday, and that could hold it. So I'm not trying to talk you out of it, but it just doesn't. For me, it doesn't have a strong enough appeal. Again, that's not to say that it doesn't just absolutely collapse, get down through 18 cents and turn negative. Anything can happen, of course, but yeah, this is it's something that is not available to you guys yet. I keep saying yet. I don't know when. I think the company wants to make it a premium service, and they don't know how to turn on an indicator just for premium service, as a premium service. But the bottom line is this: it's a ratio between bullish versus bearish candlestick patterns. Okay, so if these bars are very short bars, that means the bearish ratio versus bullish ratio is high. When these bars expand, that means that the bullish candles ratio versus bearish candlestick pattern is getting higher. So in other words, low bar means the bearish patterns outweighing the bullish patterns, and then vice versa. High bar, Bulls beating the bears in terms of candlestick patterns. This is a very proprietary indicator. I don't think you can find it anywhere else. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. So before somebody says, "Oh yeah, you can find it over here," I'm just saying I don't know. He just took candlestick patterns, bullish versus bearish. It doesn't matter the time frame. Well, guys, I have to do a video at some point. So Oric, I mean, this has a little bit of a look, taking over 6 again if it does. Didn't really get that close to the VWAP. I wish it had gone almost touched it and then bounced off it. We didn't quite get down to the VWAP. Oh, excuse me. Just a minute. Yeah, Mr. X, I actually did see some. I've got XPON actually thumbnailed, so just took a glance at it. Yeah, I mean, it's nice bounce. Yeah, nice move actually. But so again, there's the VWAP. Now the VWAP's far enough away in theory. I would just like the market to been positive today after that big downturn at the beginning of the day. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We had an hour and 15 minutes. Some pretty big candles moving down, and then they all almost got all wiped out in 45 minutes. I certainly would welcome questions just to keep my attention span going. Tal, let's take a look at Tal. I mean, it had the let's see if Tal has any more to give up. I just don't know how dynamic these things are going to be though, going into the end of the day. I mean, Tal's got room. I mean, on another day, you might think, wow. I mean, there's 750 is the next low looking left for TAL. So that's $1.30 away. But I just don't know if we're going to get enough interest in shorting this. I mean, this is how normally this stock, I think Ape would be moving, a lot more, but it's just sort of sat here. This is in the simulator. I took this trade in the simulator to show you how you can do it. And, took the trade at 181 and it just hasn't done anything. Took that trade hours ago. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right. Well, in our YouTube room, Ija mentioned OTLK. Yeah, okay. I mean, OTLK, it's now trying to take out one, some volume coming in, but where could it stall? Looks like it could easily stall right around 110. Just look left on that daily chart. You see a lot of stuff around that 110 mark. I guess, listen, if it can get through 110, then 135 is kind of the area, but Again, guys, I'm just going to reiterate, try not to trade out of boredom. OTLK is a financing, or did they just announce one? Oh, definitive agreement for $31 million. Okay. Did that just happen? That was this morning. Okay. Actually, that was yesterday too. Oh, you posted that earlier? Okay. I must have missed it, Casa. Okay, for those of you following ALT, maybe. I mean, there's a little bit of a move here. Charts. Maybe a little move here, guys, if you're desperate, because it's just over the VWAP, 14.99. Okay, 15.04. If I were forced to take this trade, I would probably wait for a break of 15.07. Yeah, I'd probably wait for a break if somebody said, well, you've got to take this trade, where are you going to do it? So I would probably wait for a break of 15.07, and then you put a pretty tight stop on it, like a VWAP stop. So you're only in about an 8-cent stop. What's the spread like? A 2-cent spread, not terrible. Listen, I'm just pointing it out. It's not anything that I'm not telling anybody to do it, but you can hopefully you can see what I'm looking at. And because it's been such a star for 3 days. Mm. Oh, now I remember. You posted the series of them back. Yeah, I do remember now at 9:10, Casa. I just forgot to. I didn't see well, I could have read it. Obviously, I saw the OTLK, but it didn't register on me when all of a sudden I saw the move over a dollar. It's time to get into the eggnog, guys. You're out. Well, you know what? If William has stopped trading, that's something. Yeah, you too, William. Merry Christmas to you. Where's Poe? I don't know. I'm not sure if I saw Poe earlier today. Probably was there, but there are a lot of people just not. In fact, I may even just wrap this up at 2. I just don't think there's going to be that much happening. So I think I'm going to wrap this up at 2, guys. Jungle Jim. Merry Christmas to you. Yeah, I think I'm going to wrap this up at 2, guys. And what that'll do, that'll prevent you from just trading out of boredom. I really mean that, trying to just because you're sticking around, you want to take something, you got to take something, and it's just odds aren't in our favor that anything. I mean, look, you can probably find one. In fact, look at Omer. Omer was a good one on a break of yesterday's close. So I'm just going to put that announcement in. Okay, so there's your little message. Room shutting down at 2. Now, listen, if there is a question and you want to ask a question, by all means, I'll stay after 2. But yeah, Pete. Yeah, you too, you tell trader. Yeah, no kidding, Michael. But I think he trades a little bit more than you think, especially in the cryptos and the and forex and all. Maybe stocks he doesn't, but he's a you can't wait for the 24-hour market, which is why he likes crypto. And I guess is forex almost 24 hours, 7 days a week. They don't they shut down just a little bit? Yeah, the market hours are regular. Yeah. Oh, even after hours? I think so. I think so. I don't know if the market if there was an after hours today. I haven't heard that there isn't. I will be there, but Leaf 8080, you too. Saba is Kind of interesting, I guess. I mean, SAP is approaching the 200-day moving average, which is what, 30.11. So it's at 31. So it's about $1 away. And that is SAVA, SAVA, leg down. And again, for those who don't know, the markets are closed on Monday. So it's 3 days. Ah, well, here's the MGAM, guys. Remember, I was just looking at this MGAM back here. So look at this thing explode. Just as I'm saying, there's nothing happening. All of a sudden, this MGAM just explodes. And look at the volume that came in. See, if it seemed more like this, I would have been hanging around. I mean, I just looked at this right around here, 126. But look at the volume that came in. 2 million shares have traded. 1.3 is right here. So I mean, it was doing nothing until it started. Got that little volume burst right there. Histogram telling you, well, bullish patterns outweighing bearish patterns. U2 7 now. I did see. I mean, I saw CHRS. I'm talking to somebody in our Discord room. I saw CHRS basically fading all day. Yeah, trying to come back a little bit. But there's the VWAP 667. It's amazing. Out of nowhere, this MGAM. I mean, that's a big percentage move from $1.21 all the way up to $1.80. This was yesterday. They received a new rating from Maxim Group, so maybe that's just taking effect now. Little effect yesterday. Even this one is starting to move. Maybe I should stick around. A&F, guys. A&F, Abercrombie and Fitch. I have a tough time saying that one. Of course, retailer coming right into that 200-day moving average and is. I don't know if you guys have the same problem. Every now and then the single stock window doesn't populate. I'm on a development version all the time, and so there is the 200-day moving average, 22.23, basically right there. It's right at the 200-day moving average. You can see on the chart. So will that stall it? Or will it break right through? If it broke through, the next high is 21.74. What the heck is going on? Now we got another one, this Acer, ACER. Acer. What is happening? So some of these stocks that all of a sudden are catching a huge bid and interesting. Well, has had a great 3 days. Acer coming out of that consolidation for a bit on the daily chart. Nice 3 days. Okay, guys, I think that is a wrap. Okay, guys, so again, if you celebrate Christmas, Merry Christmas, and if you don't, Happy Holidays. Have a great 3 days off. Get my script together. Great, thanks for all the help again, all day, all week, all year. And the room will open Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock. No. Tuesday morning, 8 o'clock. Yeah, Feliz Navidad to you too. Okay, guys, so every room is shutting down now.